Yo, mate. Do 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 do. Yeah, but that's a bot. Bots don't really count. GG's on first place. What did you win? Huge. Oh, actual huge news? Yo, Sayad. I need to turn this down for myself. Holy shit. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. Sign up for your second year of college. Let's go. That's good shit, dude. My goal for this, for next week, and it got approved. Okay, that's really good. Yeah. My goal for next week is to figure out everything about work study. I know what I need to do. I just need to check stuff out and also do scholarships. It's the last step that I have. I found out I don't need to bring my grades up in order to be accepted for the master's program. So exciting. It's exciting. Exciting times. Dee 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 da dee. Dee dee da dee 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 da. Yeah. Making strides. Listen, man. That's good shit. Work hard. Work hard, you will be... What the fuck? Okay. Work hard and you will be rewarded eventually. I wonder if jumping there is actually faster. At the cost. Why'd you work your ass off at the cost of your mental health? But you can do both. Like, you can work hard without costing your mental health. That's actually how you're supposed to do it. Yeah. That's the thing of, like, when you start uni when you're young, is that since you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you want to do, you're kind of in a weird, like, state, I guess you could say, of, like, you can't motivate yourself to do this. Had I reached this stage so fast, I have a save file. Like, the advantage of starting uni when I was 25, I had a pretty good idea of who I was, what I wanted to do. Estoy bien, ¿y tú? Dun, 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 dun. You got here just in time. You did indeed. Yo, Hatake. Yeah, that's very good news, dude. What's up? I'm chilling. I got one more thing left. What happened? I just didn't do double jump. I'm one step away from signing up for the master's program, which is awesome. And then Mate's doing his second year. But the, since I already basically knew a lot about myself, I kind of knew what I wanted to do. And the thing is like, there's a huge advantage in that because I can have more motivation than the majority of people who just go into uni without really fully thinking about what they need, what they want to do. And it's so hard. Crystal? You don't need to get crystals. Unless you meant the gem. Oh, okay. Good luck with it. I'm almost a shoo-in. The problem is financing it. I was told I'm a shoo-in. Retro Achievements is very fun. You can grab Cortex from there? Yeah, you can. For Sonic Riders, nice. I kind of wish that some achievements could be retroactive, but you can't really do that. You could do that in the same... Yeah. So the thing is that, you can't grab him from here. You have to grab him from over there, because Cortex is only going to be in the first, chunk that he's in unless he gets despawned. So, you have to grab him from there, because he's still existing in memory in the other chunk. And then by the time you try to grab him, even though the other chunk is despawned, this chunk is already loaded. So, he's not in memory. Yeah. What I have next in the queue is Lava Reef. My experience mastering Crash 1, it wasn't that bad. I've done a 100% run of Crash 1, so it's really not that bad. It wasn't that bad for me. So there's a guy that went back and basically remastered a lot of the Genesis Sonic songs. Well, see, when you're used to doing things like zigzagging and stuff, from being a Crash 2 speedrunner, it's not... Most of the stuff in Crash 1's not hard. Without dying is horrific. It's not bad. Because as a Crash speedrunner, you kind of just learn how to deal with cycles. Okay, there we go. Yay, I remembered this time. Let's go. We're built different? Nah, not really. That's just what... That was just the gaming culture at the time. Games were supposed to be difficult. Lava Reef really fits Antagony kind of well. Squeeze money out of you? Yeah, basically. You know what game doesn't squeeze money out of you? Silk Song. That game is fantastic, dude. You read my mind. Yeah, I knew I couldn't make it without long jump storage. Still never played Hollow Knight. But what's it like gameplay wise? It is much better than Hollow Knight, I can tell you that much. Like, Hollow Knight, I don't know why people call Hollow Knight a masterpiece, because it really wasn't. Should you play Hollow Knight first? I think you should play Silk Song first, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck? Damn. Silk Song is easier and a lot more fair. And you don't really need to play... You don't need to play Hollow Knight to understand what's going on in Silk Song, really. Dude, come on. That's not gonna work. Except it worked, okay. Damn it. Get up there. Thank you. Come on. Ever seen that not work? Oh no, I fail it a lot. What the hell? Let me practice this because I don't want to mess this up. I do fail it. Though doing this for 100%, I'm gonna be a lot more careful. Because dying there is like 30 seconds of time loss or something. It's pretty bad. Ooh. I hate this. But yeah, I do fail it on occasion. It's just not... It's not often that I fail it. Nope. Failing that's not too bad. What? Okay. That was weird. Somebody sent me a message on Discord. The fact that we're never going to have to rely on ball glitch makes me super happy, dude. Damn you. Come on. Oh, I have to wait. Do 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 do. Also, imagine it's September right now, and I was thinking I was gonna do a subathon so I could get my finances up a little bit, but I just couldn't really think of anything that I could do. What the hell was that? That was weird. You know, I've been wondering about this. Can I actually hit that? I can't. Okay. I was wondering about doing this. Huh? That's not what I was wondering about. Okay. What I was wondering about was, should I, instead of doing this, so if I'm coming from over here, right? I think I could do a long jump. Yeah, I should be able to do a long jump. Around this? Yeah, so if I actually do this, I'll be able to do this. I kind of like that a little better than what I was doing before. Because, for one, that is a lot more consistent than what I was doing before. So that's one. It's more consistent than I was doing before. It basically means that I'm guaranteed not to die, which is good. That's one. And two is that it does make a little bit of sense to, it makes a little bit of sense to do it this way. The only problem is, if I could find a way to, like, trigger the checkpoint from up there, I could death abuse from there, and then it would save a lot of time, actually. I'm pretty sure it would save time if I can find a means to, like... You know what? Hang on, let me look up the... Let me look up the, Dude, stop it. Stop disconnecting. I wanna... Where are you over here? Oh, I don't need to move it. Okay. Twins editor. Give me a second. RMX file, LabEXT. Okay, yeah. Viewer. Let me just look at this, look at the trigger for this checkpoint real quick. Could I, in theory... I believe I would be capable of doing that. Okay. Alright. No. Okay. Can I jump up there from here? No. Okay. Alright. So let's do one practice run through of platform descent with the new stuff. Even if it's a little bit slower, I think I would prefer doing it this way. It just kind of sucks that I can't get the, I can't hit the checkpoint. I mean, there's a way I could, but I'm not going to go for it. Dude, okay, I was about to say. Alright. I need to know how to do this movement properly. Okay. Ah. Is dying faster than... No. No way. That's not that slow. That's actually kind of... That's really not that slow. Okay. Cool. I like that a lot. Oh, cool. From Crash 4, this is from The Wrath of Cortex. Craft for true. No. Get enough speed crash. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Jump. Yo, Lucid Dark. 1, 2. Boink. Ding, 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 ding. I gotta study for a test this weekend. That sucks. Do 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 do. Hope I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Bobble King G. Just trying to work through my last semester before the master's program. Been building friendships and stuff. Aw, man. I forgot. Yeah, I've been trying to focus a lot more, not necessarily on making friends per se, but, like, trying to make sure that the friends that I actually care about, I'm trying to build, like, lasting, connections with. It's not difficult to make friends in college, really, if you're in a program that you like. If it's just a random core class, like, yeah, good fucking luck. Text you when they want money? Well then, fuck them. Don't offer them money. If they're like, oh, hey, man, I know you got some money. It's like, okay, well, I know you got some bitches. Ask them for money. I ain't no bitch. Fuck you. Yeah, but I really need that weed. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Damn. That's like me with one of my best friends. But the thing is even though we're both like struggling for money, we still buy shit for each other. We buy each other meals and shit. Despite the fact that we're both struggling. Yeah, I would say like nah. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, I like this a lot better than. Yeah, I would be like, nah. If people are only contacting you for money, nah. That's not a real friendship. Friends would be the ones offering you. Well, like, hey, you know, like, let me buy you something. Like, let me buy you some McDonald's. I don't like McDonald's. Okay, how about we go to Wendy's or something? If there's one thing I'm glad about is that I have very healthy friendships. That was basically like the past 2 years of my life is basically just like building healthy friendships and cutting out all the bad friendships. It has been very good for my mental health. I can tell you that much. And gaining that is not super hard. It's just know who will stick with you. No. This is how I feel every time I do fucking slip slide. But yeah, like building healthy friendships is just like knowing, okay, so this guy, you know, no matter what, he'll stick by my side unless I do something really fucked up. He'll still be around, he'll still be with me, but he'll say like, dude, you really fucked up. What the hell? You're better than this. That's real friendship. Is like, they won't stick up for you when you do something stupid. But they'll help you try to be a better you. You have like 2 friends? Okay. There's no problem with having a few friends. It's better to have few friends. Like a few friends, but they're like the best friends you would ever have. Help you out with basically anything that you need, than to have like 200 friends who will do fucking nothing for you. Yeah, quality over quantity. Well, like anybody that like brags, you say, "Oh, I have so many friends." It's like, okay, but what do they do for you, and what do you do for them? You're like, I really appreciate those idiots. Exactly. That's how you like. Yeah, I really appreciate those idiots. If you have friends like that, there you go. But then if you also say like, yeah, I'm just as much of an idiot. What the hell? I'm just as much of an idiot as they are. It's like, yeah, nice. What the hell? Oh. So I am getting new glasses. My glasses got slightly fixed. That's actually why I didn't stream on Sunday. But they're not fully fixed. I am getting new glasses next week, though. All with a new prescription and everything. They said it can take like 7 to 10 days. I'll get a text when it's ready. That's gonna be really fun. I knew I was just gonna miss it. Yo, Ali. See, that was just me being like, you know what? I can do that. Good luck on the run. Thank you. Okay. So, new stuff. I literally just came up with this like 10 minutes ago. Okay, cool. There we go. It's clean. It looks clean. Dude, really? How did I overshoot that? Okay. This is a thing. I was inches away from dying. This is one of my favorite songs in the whole track. I really like this song. The level I'm kind of indifferent on. My favorite. Boss fight in Crash. Honestly, I think I'd go with the twins fight in Twinsanity. It's a very elaborate boss fight, but it's also very simplistic. Come on, land. There you go. I mean, Crash games aren't really known for their boss fights. Why am I doing it this way? Oh, I'm not in the right spot. Oh man, boy called Twinsanity channel. Why am I comparing against, okay, that's best splits, that's PB. There we go. If I need that life, which I still missed it.
There, to the sea I tell you, our salvation floats above. We must reach Engine's battleship and quickly before it sets sail.
Oh, think, Cortex, think! I like the Titan Saga, no. Something made the tracks alphabetical. Ooh, I almost failed that. That almost sucked. Come on, Mother Skip. I almost failed that. Okay. I shouldn't miss the clear gem. I usually don't miss the clear gem. This would be a lot easier if I could figure out a way to go slightly faster. Because then I could skip the cycle. The clear gem is not that bad to get. I almost took that line incorrectly.
so humiliated. No amount of treasure can ever begin to compensate.
Treasure? Bonza.
こんにちは。リーチ。冷蔵庫？え Yo, Koji, thanks for the good luck. Deep reach. Yikes, 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 yikes. Listen to that cowbell. Had to wait for that. Little behind the cycle, but it's fine. Yeah, I was able to gather that. Yomatsu. Wait. There we go. Yikes, yikes, here we go. I don't like that song. Nice BGM, yeah. Get out of my way. I believe it would be E-kyoku. E-kyoku. E-kyoku だね、これ。Turn. Yeah, kyok. Kyok means song. Okay. You know what? This fits. Dun, 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 dun. How's it written in kanji? It's like it's almost like the U in Ryu, but it's slightly different. Where the U is like a box with lines. It's like a wide box with 2 lines that go down. I don't have zombie. I thought I did for a second. That's probably not faster. I do it for swag. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Look. That's a kunyomi. Do 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 do. BGM? Yeah, you could say BGM. But I believe the normal word for it is kyoku. Obviously, if you like the music, you could just say ongak. There's also genre, which is genre. Genre. I jumped. Didn't jump too early. Okay, cool. Ongak has the kanji for sound and then the kanji for enjoy. So it would be oto and tanoshii. Because the onyomi of the kanji used for tanoshii is gak. Not gaku. Well, am I officially done with any percent? No. I still want to get the sub 940 and then I'm done, but I don't want to go back to it just yet. I'd rather do it when it's when hub 1 is more consistent. We'll need to find something new. But I mean, 940 is a time I'm very satisfied with. If I don't get a new time ever again, I'll be happy. I'll be fine. K-on, yeah. Karyongak. I did not know that that's what K-on meant. Dude, I was just stretching my leg. Come on. Haryongak, maybe. But yeah, I don't want to claw my eyes out going for any percent. I want to kind of enjoy playing Twinsanity. So I'm doing 100% plus, like I'm probably also doing at least a form of 100% for a marathon. Soon. So I do need to practice any 100%. I mean, it's standard route. I would need to practice standard route, not this route, but it's fine because the routes do kind of transfer. The only big difference is just ride and slide. And you do everything in a different order, which is it's not really that big of a difference. Ice climb is different. You don't do high seas. Well, you don't skip out of high seas, so you do have to fight Entropied and Brio. Why are you not? There we go. Of course, you don't do Cursed Splash, and you have to do Slip Slide differently. 100% harder than any percent? Absolutely not.
I'm well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
Any percent is way harder than 100%. I would put any percent at like in its current fastest form at about a 9 out of 10. Maybe an 8.5 out of 10 difficulty. It was an 11 out of 10. Ah, son of a bitch. I turned too much. That was my fault. But no, 100% is nowhere near as hard as any percent. I would say 100% in its current form is about a 7. 6 or 7.
As a former student myself, I'm well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
So basically, standard hundo, I would put it at about a 4 or 5 out of 10. Early hub 4 is about a 4.5. Early hub 3 is about a 6. I had 17,000 attempts, yeah. And 75% of those attempts were, just in hub 1. So, like, I only had, like, 4,000 attempts that made it out into hub 2.
I'm stuck! The greatest evil scientist in the world!
Only 4,000 attempts made it past hub 1.
Worse.
So that's 13,000 resets, and that's why I don't want to do any percent. Because if hub 1 were consistent, it would be probably like it would be super fun for me. But the frustration of hub 1 is not so great. If hub 1 were consistent, I would go and I would optimize any percent, because any percent's not optimized right now. It's really good right now for sure, but okay. Drop my jump, why don't you? Yeah. It gives off a different vibe. This really could have been the game. Damn you. Get out of my way, Cortex. I'm used to playing those songs. Using to play the as... Oh, I'm just using VLC. I've been using VLC for years. Nope. Damn it. I should just do a I should just do a long jump there. Like this. Much better. VLC is indeed very based. Is mpv.net? That sounds like paint.net. Is it a good one? Nice. Try it out? Maybe. We'll see. So I finally reached the post game of Silk Song, and I'm super happy about it. And it was between me, doing Twins or playing Silk Song, and I was like, you know what, I could play Silk Song after. Because Silk Song is a fantastic fucking game. Like, I finally reached that post-game part, and I'm like, you know what? This game really is a 9 out of 10. That's very high praise coming from me. I'm very, very critical of games. Okay. Meet Hollow Knight 1. Oh, before you play Silk Song. Where did the 1 point go? I don't think Silk Song's a masterpiece. It still has its issues. I don't think that Silk Song is worthy of masterpiece status. And some people might say, what the hell? It's like, okay, but reminder, like, in my eyes, masterpieces are like Super Metroid. And it is very hard to reach masterpiece status. It is basically at the, like, the level under masterpiece. It is an incredibly good game, where I would say, like, this game should be... I need to count 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Like, I honestly think that it is a game that, like, anybody should. What does it lack? Some of the bosses are way too frustrating. And some, I mean, like, 1 or 2. It can be very confusing to know where to go, which is obvious for Metroidvania, but sometimes it's a little too hidden. Essentially meaning that it is not a game that newcomers should go into. They should know the Metroidvania first. Yeah, like that. where you could get super lost. A lot of times, like say in Super Metroid, it's very easy not to get lost. It's a lot easier in like Super Metroid not to get lost. It's still possible, obviously, it's a Metroidvania, but it's basically like when you put it into account, Silksong is definitely not something that newcomers can play. I think the big thing about a masterpiece is that it needs to be able to be played by all people. Silksong was bad, what do you mean? It has its problems. Of course it does. I think the biggest thing is like the issues that like it's not newcomer friendly at all for Metroidvania. I think that's really where the big problem is. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing per se, but it just means that to me it's like not newcomer, or it's not masterpiece worthy. Press A to jump. True. I don't mean like it holds your hand. Hell no. That is not... It's just that, like... In Super Metroid, the game does still kind of, like, influence you and helps you know kind of where to go through clever game design. Which, but it's still very free. And Silksong doesn't really have that. It was way out of context when you joined, yeah. Because I mean, like I said, 9 out of 10 for sure. I was going in between 9 out of 10 and 8.5 out of 10 because there was this boss that really pissed me off. And I thought it was like just a very poor boss. Of course, it's a post-game boss, so like it makes sense that it would be way harder than everything else. But I still really did not like the boss. So it pissed me off to the point where I cheesed it. I just chose the architect. Yeah, the Biowater boss. The big frog man. I chose Architect and spammed Boomerang and Kunai. That's how I fucking beat him. I was like, nah, you don't get respect. He went down in like 20 seconds. It was kind of funny. I'm like, yeah, get fucked, idiot. Nah. Fucking hated that fucking boss. There's several ways to cheese him, too. Use spam flies. I did not have flies. Oh, it's right there. But the run back area, yeah, exactly, that's the problem. Is the run back area. And the boss, like, you're already annoyed because the enemies are annoying, and then you basically have to go and fight them. And then also the arenas, where you're basically forced to fight a bunch of enemies in, like, poor conditions, I think that is it's a good idea, but very, very poorly executed. Yeah, I did not have all the fleas at that point. So, like, oh, I can just land here? Nice. Okay, cool. Also, I didn't fight Lace 1. I did not fight Lace 1. Yeah, I didn't fight Lace 1 at all. I accidentally skipped her. And, so apparently I looked at YouTube Shorts and they were just like, oh yeah, so there's this, like, really rare cutscene where when you see her, she's like, oh yeah, so I don't want to fight you right now. And I'm like, oh, okay. At least I think so. I may have actually fought her. I don't remember. But I know that I skipped the majority of, Barfield. Because I'm like, ooh, hey, Key, let me just go do this real quick. And then it's like, why am I stuck here? I'm at the end of Act 1, right? And I'm just like, why am I stuck here? And I look it up and it's like, oh, well, you're supposed to have this and this and this. Okay, cool. How do I get there? And then I find the way, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, I'm obviously trying to avoid spoilers as best I can. I mean, I'm sure most of us do know the game, but I'm trying to avoid some of the spoilers. You're in Act 2? Yeah. I think I spent 25 hours in Act 1. And right now I'm at about 41 hours in. And for the past, like, 5 or 7 hours, I've actually been using a map. So that way I can find everything, because I'm kind of like... I'm at that point where it's like... I'm just missing stuff, and I'm too blind to find the rest of it. I think I did like 70% on my own. But I play Metroidvania so damn slow. That's... App for Act 1. No. What I mean by map is, I'm using an actual map, like something to show me where the objects are. Obviously I'm using in-game map. I'm not dumb. Well, I kind of am, but no. Not like that. I'm using, like, a map that shows me where, like, all the collectibles are. I've been using that for, to clean up... for cleanup. And also, when I was, like, really stuck and I didn't know where to go, I did use that to kind of, like, at least point me in the right direction. Also, by the way, that is not... Those kinds of things are not part of my complaints. Because the thing is I'm oblivious as shit. Because of that, I play Metroidvania super slow. Because I just do not realize things. It takes me a long time to realize things. And I kind of, like... I move around and I pay attention to, like, the surroundings. I try to, like, find everything I can and everything. No, it was really funny because, like, speaking of that, by the way, speaking of that, by the way, like, at one point in time, I believe it was definitely in Act 2, where I had no idea where the map was, so I was kind of blind, and I instinctually always bring up the map. And then, I finally found the map. Okay, my hands were just going through, like, a crazy fucking thing right there. I finally found the map. Is Discord Speedrun? It is definitely my speedrunning Discord, but... I mean, it's more so for chilling. Oh, the Speedrun Discord is my personal. Okay, now I understand what you meant, yeah. So, once I found the map, I'm bringing it up, and I'm like, why the fuck is the screen different? And I'm like, what am I looking at? And then I realize, wait, it's the map! I'm dumb! And then I'm like, oh! I was like, what the fuck? How the fuck do you not notice a map in front of your face, you dumbass? Welcome back. So that is why I didn't stream Silksong, was because, like, I am awfully slow at playing, I'm awfully slow at playing Metroidvanias, and, it's not very fun to watch me play Metroidvanias. Not because of, you know, XYZ, it's just I'm genuinely not fun to watch while I'm playing a Metroidvania. At least on a stream. Like, I mean, if I were streaming it on my Discord or something, it'd be fine because it's just chilling, but... it just doesn't work. Like, I will literally go back and forth for, like, 3 hours. Either not knowing what to do, or I'm trying to find something. Or trying to find something new. So this is from the prototype of Sonic 3. As in, well, this is an altered or remastered version of the original Carnival Night Zone Act 2. So it wasn't a new song, but people heard it in MIDI form in the Sonic and Knuckles collection on PC. So this was remastered to sound a little better by a guy. Did I like the boss area after the mist? It was cool. The original Origins release, yeah. Yo, Juandi. Yeah, speedrun, a Twinsanity speedrun, yes. Yeah, I actually like the boss, yeah. But you've never been in chat before? You've been playing since Metroid 1? Bruh. You don't really get why it's already considered a masterpiece. Exactly. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna be fair, I've never played a Castlevania game yet. I definitely plan on doing so, but Silksong is absolutely not a masterpiece. Like, I mean, you got Super Metroid, you got AM2R, you got Metroid Prime. Those games are hard to compete against. Like, The reason why Silk Song is considered a masterpiece is because we've been starved of really good Metroidvanias. Like, Dread was okay. It's not like it was, you know, a bad game. It was just okay. Hollow Knight was also okay. It wasn't amazing. It was okay. Like, I liked it. But I believe it's just because we've been starved, or the majority of people haven't played the original masterpieces. Wow, that's interesting that I missed that. I've never played a Shantae game. AM2R though, that game is a masterpiece too. Was Hollow Knight?
I've never been so
You know how to play and where to look, yeah.
treasure could never begin to compensate.
You should definitely, like, for Metroidvanias, you should absolutely go back and play, you should absolutely go back and play Super Metroid. Metroid Fusion. I'm on the bandwagon that doesn't like Metroid Fusion, but it's not because I think it's a bad game. It just doesn't work for me. I'm on the Metroid Zero Mission camp. I love Metroid Zero Mission. But Super Metroid is just universally considered one of the best games of all time. And it is considered that way with good reason. Very good reason. Don't you dare. Okay. Super Metroid is on SNES, yep. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is also considered one of the, like, greatest games of all time, though I cannot give you my opinion because I've never played it. It's on the list. Absolutely, I love Metroidvanias. And I mean, Metroid Prime is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, there's a reason why whenever anyone brings up Metroid Prime 4, I'm like, Metroid Prime 4? Neuron activation, dude. Like, Metroid Prime 4? But it's because I love Metroid Prime. It's one of my favorite sub-series ever. 27. I'm 30? Damn. I can tell you for certain though. Like those old Metroid games, those old Castlevania games, they're absolutely worth it. They kind of burn out on the genre. That's understandable. Starting to dislike Silksong for toxic people. When I venture myself into JRPGs, I'm not very good at them. Though I have wanted to dabble a little bit in Persona. Dislike Silksong for toxic people? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't fault you for that. There's a lot of people that just kind of think that Silksong is just amazing. It has its problems. The thing is like, it's not a golden game for sure. It is a very good game, and honestly, I would say, like, you know, 15 years from now, anybody that wants to get into video games, I would recommend that you play Silksong. I think it is a great game. I think it's absolutely worth your time. When it's considered a retro game, I'll say it's a classic game. And I'll say you should absolutely give it a try. It's a fun game. But am I gonna say, like, it's one of the best games of all time? Absolutely not. It has its flaws. And I'm not gonna deny that it has them. I like the game a lot, and I'm gonna tell you, I think it's contender for Game of the Year. I would put it as a contender for Game of the Year. It's most likely not gonna be put into put as a contender for Game of the Year in the Game Awards, because they put it at $20 and people are angry about that, which is really dumb. But like, that's how the corporate works. They probably won't allow it because they're gonna want to make more money off of games. So if a game that's like super popular and really well made, only $20, it's gonna ruin their bottom line. I don't like thinking that way, but that's pretty much what's gonna happen. Makes me... Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. For a reason. Well, yeah. Well, no, I do think Silksong is deserving a Game of the Year. Was Get Good a skill issue? No, that's no excuse for bad game design. And Silksong definitely has its bad game design moments. Some of the... There's a couple of bosses that are just, like, unfair. Yikes! That sucks. What? Why am I alive? I'm not alive. Okay. That is not something I usually fail, so I'm not gonna care. Yeah, that was kind of like one of the issues I had with Halo Reach, for example, is a lot of people... I said the DMR sucks. They're just like, get good. It's like, no, it's a poorly designed weapon. It is one of the worst designed weapons in all of Halo because it's very good, but its usage is dumbed down by an arbitrary mechanic that should not have existed in Halo. But see, the thing is what people don't realize is that they think that just because they can't do something, or that they cheese it, that, what they think... So it's only the worst part? Okay, yeah. So the mist is not... Solving that sucks. I mean, I never figured it out. I didn't figure it out. I didn't figure it out, I looked it up. Doesn't... Because of Expedition and Bonanza? That's a possibility, they might. I have not played those games. But the whole thing about how, what's it called, the thing is that a lot of people who don't understand game design, which, I mean, I can't say that I fully understand game design, but I've been playing games for 27 years, is like, what the hell? How did you guys not have... That was weird. Okay. But here's the thing, right? Is like, when, a lot of people say, like, okay, well, you just do this, and it's like, that's not how you solve the boss. If you have to cheese it, that's not skill-based. You're just having to use meta to get ahead. It's like, just because you struggle with the boss doesn't mean that you suck at it. And a lot of times, yes, it does, but when the boss is legitimately unfair, doesn't mean that you suck. And the reason why a lot of people are saying that is because they see all these people who can fight these bosses, and they're like, okay, well, I just must suck. It's not always the case. Sometimes it is the design that's at fault. It's not a legitimate, saying that, okay, I just suck is not a legitimate argument. Now, here's the thing. I suck at bosses, and I suck at 2D games. But a lot of the bosses in Silksong, I was able to figure out how to, you know, beat them. And beat them pretty well. And basically solving that. But then there were bosses that I legitimately could not. Like the Biowater boss. I was not physically capable of figuring that boss out. But like there was one, I can't remember what the boss's name was. The final boss is Silksong for 3. The final boss. Okay, what final boss are we talking about? Are we talking about the main one or the post-game one? Because I want to avoid spoilers. Because the main boss, I would be very surprised, because the main boss took me 2 tries. But the post-game boss, I don't know about. I know there's a super boss in the game. Also, mind you, I use the Wanderer crest for, like, everything. Final boss of the main story? Really? That boss took me 2 tries. I think it's because I use Wanderer, though. Because Wanderer is really good for that boss. I think a lot of people use either Hunter or Reaper.
There they are. Let her go. Take me instead.
My skill set is really kind of tied more to DPS than to just, like, the DPS and, like, mosquito bites. So Wanderer is perfect for me. And if I struggle, I use Reaper. Because, like... Oh, he only had 6 health and 2 items. Ooh. 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 Okay, yeah. I see why. But why didn't he explore? You're supposed to explore. Yo, Pedro. In RNG. I can't remember which boss that is. Please, Cortex. Ah, Cortex died. Whoa. Oh. Okay. I'll just do this. Oops. What's up, Pete? I am... After this, I'm going to... You know what? Let's actually start doing runs now. Boom, boom. Okay. But then he got tired of it, and he just kept getting lost. Yeah, that's... Getting lost was kind of a big deal for the game. The game has a lot of options, and that is a good thing. But I think it wasn't executed very well. Some things were just not executed very well. I still think the game is a fantastic game, and I think that it definitely deserves high praise, but not masterpiece status. Absolutely not. But I think part of it may also be you weren't able to stream more during this month. Yeah, I wanted to try that. Bash that you randomly in spawns. Let me think here. Was that the... Oh, I can't remember. Wait. Oh, wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That boss was kind of annoying. Yeah, Pete, I wanted to stream a lot during this month so I could get more subs, since I definitely need money. But I don't think that, I haven't been able to, like, stream much because I'm working on a lot of other things. Yeah. And you should definitely not... people are not justified in thinking it's a masterpiece. When you're, like, basically bombarded with slop, your, viewpoints are gonna get skewed. Like, I think it may even be possible that games like Dark Souls and, Elden Ring might not actually be masterpieces, but the fact that we've been getting so much slop from, like, everything else, that things that are quite good become masterpieces. And I'm just not a fan of, like, brutally hard games. I know, I speedrun Twinsanity, and I do like challenging games. I do not like brutally hard games. Like, some things in some games, like, sometimes the difficulty is not very deserved. No upgrades at all. I mean, I love exploring and doing side content. I'm the kind of person, like, I say this a lot, though nobody really kind of believes me, because, like, I mean, most people that have been watching me recently know that I am the any percent Twinsanity guy. I'm a 100% runner. I love completing games. I'm the kind of dude that will literally fuck off and do all the side stuff I possibly can before doing the end of the story. Souls-likes, I just don't like brutally hard games. I mean, I'll still probably try Elden Ring eventually, but I'm just not a fan of brutally hard games. I mean, I like challenge in my video games. I do. Speedrunning is kind of like that. Oh yeah, the community is kind of meh. Explore first so you get stronger. That's not the reason why. That is not the reason why I like doing side stuff. It's just I enjoy side stuff. I enjoy doing random shit in games. That's one of the reasons why I'm a glitch hunter, is I love just doing random shit in games. I think it's fun. I will literally just fuck off and do something that I find interesting before I go back to the main story. It has nothing to do with getting stronger. That's more like a side thing. I genuinely enjoy just doing random stuff in games. In general, yeah. You also you gain skills as well. The way that I look at it, and I mean, I'm sure most of us have seen, like, I'm sure most of us have seen, like, the interview. You got accepted into one college course. Nice. If you get, come on, dude! Okay, so this is the best way that I can explain it, and I explained, it's the same reason why I like speedrunning and finding glitches. And I explained it in the call with the Twinsanity devs, is that, I play like a sandbox. So you leave the game on a high note. Yeah, that's also true. I kind of have this idea of like a sandbox. You basically have all these neat tools and toys and everything that you could just play with. Once you get accepted everywhere else you've applied for. Let's hope so. Like, essentially, doing the final boss and collecting small things will be less satisfying. That's also true. I love post-game, but at the same time, yeah, that's kind of a thing. Is like, I explained it very well in, like, the reason why I do the stuff. Yeah, good luck. It is because it's basically like a sandbox. I have all these tools at my disposal. Why not try to use them to the best of my ability to do things that I'm either supposed to do or not supposed to do? And then play around with it, because then, like, I become a master of using those tools. But the reason why I'm not so good at JRPGs is because while I'm good at understanding systems, I'm not so good at, understanding, like, logical systems. That is a problem in today's society, you are correct. People don't understand how to take different opinions. I don't think it's because of freedom of speech. I think it's just because when the advent of the internet happened, people realized that they can just express their negativity. As in, like, if they don't like something, they can just express it, and then people are kind of taking it as a gospel because they want to have people like them. And it just kind of spirals out of control. Because before, you basically had to live with whatever somebody else said, and you couldn't say anything, and you just have to accept it. And on the internet, you don't. And it kind of, like, I think that spiraled into a means of, like, disliking differing opinions. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, a misunderstanding of things like freedom of speech. I think it just comes from a misunderstanding of how to be social. That's caused by not having to adapt to other people. It's scary how it kind of creates a hive mind. Without meaning to. Not saying that the internet is a bad thing, absolutely not. It's a great thing. It gives people like me a chance to finally be social. But at the same time, it has its downsides. Everything has its good sides and its downsides. Like, when I talk about things about society, I'm not politically inclined. It's more like I look at stuff and I have criticism and observations. I mean, mind you, I have lived in another country for several months. I speak 3 languages. I have people that, like... Yeah, and the algorithms, too, that's true. I speak to people who, like, think differently than me, have lived a very different life from me. Like, I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up in a very poor area. I have been in a lot of places that you would not expect somebody like me to ever have gone to because of where I came from. And the thing is like, I've had a lot of observations on society, at least American society in particular, but other societies too, but with less understanding of them. And I don't view a lot of the stuff, like, the comments and things that I do, like, politically. Rather, it just makes sense that a lot of the stuff that's happening in society kind of sucks. And there's a lot of stuff that people can agree on that, like, things just aren't the way they should be. But, I mean, I hate politics.
Well, a power crystal.
Ooh. This is not that great of a run, but it's past hover skip. The only thing it needs to do is just get past cursed splash, and then we're good. I'm gonna be plus. Oh, that's the first time that's happened in a while. Oh, come on. Oof. Plus 12 seconds? That kind of sucks.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
The thing that kind of sucks about social media is that it enhances the issues without that being the objective. Since social media essentially, it's there for money. It's for money and information gathering. It's just that, unfortunately, one of the side effects is it amplifies issues, or it says that there are issues that may or may not have already been solved and brought them back. And then there's several actors that take advantage of that, which sucks. And me, as somebody who's multilingual, and has never really belonged in American society in particular, or possibly even Western society in general, I don't know yet, like, that's the reason why I want to leave. is because, I mean, like, a big thing is that English is just, like, dominant in the English-speaking world, obviously, but since English is dominant elsewhere, too, there's no reason for me to really kind of be in an English-speaking society, because my skills will never be lucrative. Social media, well, everybody knows that social media is bad, but the reasons why, we don't entirely know. Like, I mean, we can guess, but the thing is like, most people, like, the older people will say, oh, it's because and then the younger people will be like, oh, it's because the but in reality, we don't know. And social media can even be used well, it's just... Oh, I'm gonna be so red here. This is so hard. Yo, Tia. It's not that hard. None of these problems existed. Some of them did. They just weren't as exacerbated. A lot of the problems do kind of... What the hell just happened there? Okay, cool. Exacerbation of problems as a result of thinking that problems are worse than they actually are. That is being perpetuated by social media as a means to, like... What is the hardest glitch ever in 100%? That has been implemented or not? Then weren't as serious as they are today. Well, yeah. There we go. That sucks. The only thing we can really do about problems in society is understand that they are there and stay informed. Because the thing is now you don't know your English is bad. The thing is that a single person will not change society. And the problem is society is going to change in one way or another regardless of how you feel. Understanding that, you have the choice of either trying to coexist, live in spite of it, or follow it. Or you can leave and try to blend in with another society. That's what we can do. The thing is we can only understand what's going on. Like, what is going on? What the hell? The game is being cursed. What the hell? So right now, I believe the hardest parts of 100% are the hardest parts on 100% are entering boiler, zombie in slip slide, has become unmanageable. Yeah, same in the US. Zombie in slip slide, and there's a third one that I was thinking of, and Cortex and Antagony. Cortex and Antagony is still like an 8 out of 10 difficulty, so it's still very difficult. It's the most difficult part of 100%, but there are 2 unimplemented strats. One is an 8.5 out of 10, and one is a 9. Piper's is an 8.5 out of 10 in Boiler, and I'm not confident enough to do it, even though it saves 20 seconds. And the other is, Original Slide Skip. Original Slide Skip sucks. Because, even though there's an Xbox ledge, if you miss that ledge, you die, and that means your run is over. But it saves like 20 seconds. But that's like a 9 out of 10, and that is currently the hardest. That's the hardest strat that has not been implemented yet. There are a couple of strats that are tough. Ride and Slide is like a 7 out of 10. 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10-ish. But we don't do that anymore. Not in Cursed Hundo. Not in the Cursed route. Oh no, you can talk as much as you want. I'm not focusing that hard, really. It might look like I am, I'm not. If I stop talking, that's when I'm focusing. And what I mean by stop talking is, if I just really stop making conversation, I'm actually focusing. Like, there are times where I need to pay attention, like right there where I stop talking. Right there, too. But those are like micro moments, I guess you could say. They're not very large. Like, you can tell if I'm focusing, but if I just kind of stop making conversation, it's when I'm focusing. I knew that was gonna happen. So yeah, no need to feel bad. Slip slide with zombie is really hard. Slip slide without zombie is not that bad. When they're doing a run. And most speedrunners enjoy having people chatting. I would think. I've been doing this, like, streaming and speedrunning for a long time. About 12 and a half years. And, the thing is I also read very fast. I mean, depending on how long your sentence is, I can read it almost instantaneously. And I know very well when I'm allowed to look away from the screen. I know very well when I'm supposed to look, or when I can and when I can't look away. And plus, like, my screens are right beside each other, so I kind of have it to the point where, like, I can just instantly look at chat and then be able to, like, know where it is. It's hard using zombie because one false step gives soft lock. Yeah, if you make one mistake, Boiler's difficult. But you can fix it. Well, the thing is that the problem with Boiler is not so much that it's not so much that it's difficult. Yeah, same. that is also the reason why I stream, is because the social interaction kind of makes speedrunning more bearable. Because I just get bored. I'd probably just, like, turn the game off and play Silk Song. So the difficulty with Boiler is nerves. You get nervous because you know that if you're, if you mess up, it's over. But outside of that, it's not difficult. The majority of the strats used in Boiler are quite easy to do. It's just that knowing that if you make a mistake, your run is over is the reason why it's hard. It's not because the tricks are hard. The tricks are actually fairly simple and fairly easy. Like 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. You have a lot of much more difficult tricks, but they're not as risky. So, if you practice Boiler a lot, it's not that bad. I'm usually quite good at knowing when something is difficult because of nerves and when something is difficult because of because it's actually difficult. And trust me, Boiler is not that hard. It's all in your head. Piper's is difficult. And the long jump at the start of Boiler is difficult. Those two strats are hard. Those two are absolutely hard. But most people don't do Pipers. Most people just do Pipe OOB, which is like a 5 out of 10. It's not super bad. It's just 1 hour plus a silence. Yeah, exactly. Or a guy just talking to himself for ages. But who would blow up South Galaxy? Maybe someone with a really huge power level. That's a good point. You've got a good point. What's your name? Broly. I think I failed it. I did not. What's your power level? And stop asking that! No one cares anymore! Mine's pretty big. I might have missed it. Yep. Yeah, it gets stale. Chatting in streams is like, it's good. Because, like, how I put it, this is how I kind of see it. How I see it is, like, if I don't have a chat, what I'm doing is I'm focusing entirely on the game. Especially at times where I'm not supposed to focus on the game. Essentially, I'm resting my brain. I'm resting my attention span. So, if I'm, like, speaking to somebody in chat and I'm having a good conversation or whatever, it keeps me distracted so I'm not putting in all of my attention where it doesn't need to be. Where, like, say if I'm like focusing on the first 30 seconds of the game, I'm gonna reset more. I'm gonna get more frustrated because it's like I'm making this mistake and this mistake. The game bugs and teleports you to the final stage of Jungle Bungle. No. Hitting the, dying there sets up a teleport that I do... Come on, man. At the end of, it sets up the teleport for Cursed Splash to let me go into Hub 3. Because what happens is the position of Crash, the coordinates of Crash, get saved when he splashes. And there's only 2 places where you can get the right position, the right coordinates, to go into early Hub 3. One of them is in a chunk called Hub C, which you don't go into in 100%. The only way to reach that splash is with Zombie, which means it's useless because you need to do Zombie after doing Cursed Splash. Meaning you either need a new Zombie or something like that. You enjoy the talks like a podcast, yeah. So what happens there is I fall enough to where the game kills me by falling and not splashing, which saves time. But I splash. I still hit the water, but the water is not what kills me. The fall kills me. ASMR cheap. Oh dear. Hey guys, this is my ASMR. I really, I hope you can enjoy me being really, really calm and fuck! My bad. Rip headphone users. Streams as podcasts, but you tend not to like actual podcasts. The thing about podcasts is there's like basically no interaction. The thing that makes streams so nice is that there's interaction. Like podcasts are like... podcasts, like, you kind of like, they're all scripted. Exclusive G Pro stream, subs only, true. You have to super chat $50 in order to enter the stream. If I do like sub only streams, it'd probably be like voice acting stuff or karaoke. And I'm not great at karaoke. Because I always sing off key. I am the only person in my family, at least on my mom's side, that can't sing well. Outside of my cousins, who are basically in the same generation as me, but like basically everybody, everybody like previous generations, they can all sing because they all have perfect pitch. I do not have perfect pitch. I still have all of the vocal capabilities to do singing, but I'm not able to sing. I don't have, I'm not tone deaf. On the jump to the void. Oh, yeah. Nope. I was about to say, let me jump, and then I'm like, nah. Son of a bitch. Waiting for YouTube to release the multi-language audio tracks on the channel so you can upload crash cutscenes with all dubs in one. Yeah. I do have a friend who would be able to teach me music and most likely be able to teach me how to sing, but I'd have to pay him. And I told him, since he's a very good musician, but I said, like, listen, I'm not gonna ask for you to train me without paying you. Because that would be kind of mean. But he said, like, oh yeah, if you have, like, a musical question, just ask me, I'll teach you. Yeah, they've only rolled out AI auto-dubbing. I hate AI auto-dubbing. As if you're drunk out of your mind. I love singing karaoke. I started doing it when I was in Japan. What kind of music? He's a jazz musician, actually. He actually wrote a song and named it after me, which is, kind of nice. But he's a good dude. I went to that recital and he said, dude, that meant a lot to me. And I'm like, I mean, you know, why not? It's a side that I just got home after exams. How's it going? It's going. I have a master's program update, which I'm basically one step away from doing it. Yeah, I hate the auto translations because the thing is like, like if I get a video in Spanish, it's like it's gonna auto translate to English. I'm like, dude, I speak Spanish. Or like, say, Japanese ones. I speak Japanese. Like, my Japanese isn't as good, but the thing is like, I don't want to listen to text-to-speech fucking bullshit. Like, understand, I speak these languages. And a little bit of English. You know enough English. I mean, you're communicating. I would say that warrants you knowing English. You're at least a B1. You don't know how to speak English yet? Then practice. There is a thing that I learned while I was in the meeting for the Teaching English as a Second Language program coordinator. I was in a meeting with him, you know, trying to find out more about the master's program. And he said, like, there's a difference between explicit and implicit knowledge when it comes to languages. Explicit knowledge means that you know it, but through, like, practice. Implicit knowledge means that you in your mind have automatically understood it and you're able to use it. Explicit knowledge means that you have an understanding of it, but it's not natural. It comes from science, from translation. Implicit knowledge is something that you have that will come out naturally and quickly. But you can't have implicit knowledge without practice. True. Oh yeah, Spanish is easier for Portuguese speakers. You're in a Spanish-speaking country and it sounds awful. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think most people like it. I think the only reason why, like, the people like it is because they're looking for that short-form content. Same about Portuguese as a Spanish speaker. Oh, no. Come on, man. That's dumb. It is more difficult for a Spanish speaker to pick up Portuguese than a Portuguese speaker to pick up Spanish. Because Portuguese, phonetically is a more complex language. But the rules are close enough to where, like, depending on the dialect, it's not too hard to adjust. And you can learn quite quickly. You could get decently fluent in about a year or two. But when they say like something is easier for a specific speaker, what it means is not, they don't mean easier. What they mean is, what it means is that it takes less time to adjust to the language. So, like, for an English and a Spanish speaker, Japanese is like a level 5 language. And what a lot of people say is like, wow, that sounds really hard. Well, no. The thing is like, it is not actually more difficult than other languages. It is just that it will take more time to learn based on grammatical differences, cultural differences, and literary differences. The reason why Japanese takes so long, and even longer than Mandarin, is because it's a little more grammatically complex than Mandarin, but the written language is very complex. So, even though there's more characters in Mandarin, almost all of those characters have only one reading, whereas in Japanese they can have between 2 and 5. Plus, there's 2 sound sets that you need to memorize as well. On top of the cultural differences, so like there's idioms that just wouldn't reflect each other. But if you say that, and it's like, well, Japanese is super hard to learn. Chinese people can learn Japanese very easily. Even easier than it takes us to learn Spanish, because they already know how to read it. Yeah. I mean, that's the same with most places that teach foreign languages, is like, it always fails. Like, the majority of Americans learn some extremely basic Spanish or German, but you don't really hear the majority of English-speaking Americans knowing more than one language. But like, they might say, "Oh, I know how to say something in Spanish." It's like, "Donde está la biblioteca?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, I know how to speak Spanish." Wow, you know how to speak Spanish. Yo hablo español. And like, I would say, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca, tío? Joder. Es que quiero leer los libros. Déjame encontrar los libros para leer en español o inglés o algo así. Like me, it's like, well, yeah, but we are rare. Say it's easier to learn by hearing and learning. It depends on the person. You do have to learn some of the rules. Like, the thing is, we need to have a level of vocabulary first before we can understand syntax. It's the same way babies kind of learn. Babies pick up words. Like, if you've ever heard, like, a 2-year-old try to speak when speech is starting to actually become apparent, they might say, like, book. And you have to kind of guess what the context is. Once they have a certain vocabulary, they can start doing things in the language and, like, you know, if I miss the cycle, I'm resetting. They might be doing things, like, you have to have a vocabulary of a certain amount before you can really, like, start to develop sentences. So, knowing how to read is very important. But once you have a basic level of syntax, you can more or less learn how to form sentences. And then it just depends on who you are. Like, for me, I learn better through listening and speaking than reading and writing. However, you still need to learn a basis of it before then. How much harder it is for them with English? Yeah. Another thing with English is that most of the Germanic languages have a lot of features that are not reflected in the written language on your own without any help from school. Yeah. People who want to learn a language will learn it naturally. Like, and I know what a lot of people are going to say is like, well, I want to learn a language. Do you really? Why? And it's like, a lot of people are like, well, I think that the music is cool or the culture is cool and I think it would be cool to learn. But it's like, if you're really passionate about it, you will learn it regardless. And you'll be patient enough to do it. Whereas the majority of people that say, I want to learn a language, usually it's a fleeting desire, not an actual passion or desire. People who have the passion for it or have a strong connection will learn the language. Those who do not, usually that language, usually that desire will go away. Japanese is one of those languages that's tough just because of the reading, and I'm trying to figure out how the hell that's going to work in my brain because I don't learn through visuals. I have a hard time with that. Yeah. Like, right now with Japanese, I'm kind of stuck in a rut, and I'm trying to figure out how to get out of it. But the thing is like, I'm focusing a little more on Spanish, but at the same time, I'm trying to kind of, like, figure out other things, too. I will figure it out. I'm gonna tell you, I will figure it out eventually. I've done it with Spanish, I could do it with Japanese. I speak and read Italian, but learn, no. Yeah. That's the thing, is that what a lot of people are saying when they, like, want to learn a language, they're usually saying I want to connect with a certain aspect of it instead of, like, the actual language itself. Or, like, say, like, it would be cool to know how to do it. But because of that, it's like, it sucks because a lot of people will not go through the level of discovery necessary to learn the language. Because it's a long process. It's not a hard one, it's just a long one of self-discovery. You learn more about yourself and you do things. Difficult languages in the world. Every single like culture says that about their language. We say that about English. A lot of us who speak more than one language know that's not true. Italian is a fairly difficult language grammatically. That is not something to be denied. But saying it's one of the most difficult languages in the world, almost every culture says that about their language. Isn't Finnish the hardest? Finnish is the most complicated one grammatically. But then, again, hardest doesn't always mean much, because if you have an Estonian speaker or a Hungarian speaker, they would be able to learn Finnish much more easily than, say, like, an English speaker. It very much so depends. English is one of the most complicated, has one of the most complicated stress tone structures and incredibly irregular grammar, but it's not hard. Russian has one of the most complex, like, consonant splits, because they have soft and hard consonants, which is very difficult for a lot of people who aren't already using those consonants to use them correctly. Finnish has an incredibly complex grammatical case system. Japanese is a pretty complex written system. Every language has something very difficult about it, especially at, like, the advanced level. But you do also have to take into account the majority of foreign speakers and native speakers will never learn the really hard stuff. So it's like, well, yeah, English has a lot of those too, believe it or not. At the high level, English is difficult. What about the easiest language? It always depends. It depends on, like, what your native language is. What really matters is that human language was made by humans. And babies learn these languages. Think about that. Babies are not very intelligent creatures. Babies have less intelligence than adult apes, than dolphins, than orcas.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crazy.
Human language is made by humans for humans. So it's not always about how many problems you have. It's not always about this or that. It's about the time that it takes. But also know that adults are far better at understanding syntax and grammar than children. Adults are actually more efficient at learning language than children, but the thing is they don't have the level of immersion possible. And they also don't have a developing brain. The brain's already developed. So there are some things and problems you learn much faster as an adult than you do as a kid. It's always a matter of perspective. And I mean, like I said before, speakers of Mandarin, Chinese, Cantonese, Japanese, and Korean can learn each other's languages fairly simply, just because of the fact that the cultural gap is not really there. The cultural gap's not there, and, like, everybody's familiar with the concept of the pictographic and logographic characters that I know as kanji because I know Japanese. Those are not difficult to learn, and you might say, well, Korean doesn't use them. They do, actually. They just don't use it in the general written language anymore. But they still learn them. They still learn up to 1,000 of them. Just so they can read, like, historical documents and stuff. But there's a lot less barriers for them to overcome than a Westerner that uses the that uses our alphabet. Hay muchos estudiantes de intercambio en Japón, de China y Corea. Sí, es verdad. Pues sí, especialmente porque obviamente dije, es que les faltan choques de cultura y es lo más importante. They do use it, but only in official stuff. The majority of people only use Hangul. Pues es que ten en cuenta, ¿verdad? Tengo un ejemplo en que puedo... Yeah, you can join in. Tengo un ejemplo cultural que es... ¿Cómo se dice? Es muy prevalente en un lenguaje indoeuropeo como nuestros idiomas. Dado que en inglés literalmente es lo mismo, given that, es una expresión de lenguajes indoeuropeos, pero no se puede decir en japonés, por ejemplo, porque desarrolló diferente por faltar de intercambios entre las culturas, pero los chinos y los coreos sí. Por eso había cambios en las expresiones y algo así. Así que es más fácil porque está en sus lenguajes expresiones gramáticas o no gramáticas. En que existen en sus lenguas. Pero en nuestros idiomas también, especialmente con, no recuerdo exactamente, lágrimas de crocodilos. Eso también. What complexity grade would I classify Portuguese in terms of language or difficulty? For an English speaker, I believe it's a level 2. I believe Spanish is a level 1. Pero sí, no existe en japonés. Pero sí, ten en cuenta que depende de muchas facetas. Crocodilo. Lágrima de crocodilo. Yeah, we say in English crocodile tears. So basically, there's a connection between those things, but if you say it in Japanese, people will look at you like, what the hell? There's grammatical things like the term given that, which if you really think about the term given that, that's not what that means. If you really try to understand the phrase given that, yeah, bombardiro crocodilo, yeah. If you think about the term given that, cocodrilo. Yeah. So, no namida. Actually, be wani. Wani no namida. Wani is alligator and crocodile. But no, those don't make sense in Japanese. And like really think about what given that means. Funny, yeah. Think about that for a second. That doesn't make sense. Here's crocodile. Cocodrilo. So, when you think about this, it's like, that doesn't work in their language. So you have to basically learn all of those things over again. That's why it takes so long. That's why it takes so long to, like, learn a language that's culturally so different from you. And someone who studies languages? Yeah. I'm trilingual. Sort of. That's some serious flex. I wouldn't call it a flex. I'd call it a curse. Right now, I'm working towards doing a master's program for teaching English, and I'm gonna... Oh, damn it. I did fail it. I messed it up again. I'm working towards a master's program, that I'm gonna be doing for teaching English, but then use that to transfer over to other languages and teach at the university level. Teaching not just English, but also Spanish and Japanese. That is my, damn it. That is my current goal. Like, speedrunning, yeah, Italian and Spanish are very similar in the spoken language. And here's the thing, I'm not going to say, like, it's not a flex, it's just something that I have a huge interest in. The Latin triad, yeah. So, like, I mean, you'll never hear me boast about my speedrunning skills, obviously. I mean, the thing is, I mean, I've been a speedrunner for almost 15 years. My 15-year anniversary is going to be next month of being a speedrunner. But the thing is like, languages is what I'm passionate about, and that's what I'm gonna be doing. Is I want to teach people languages. I also want to be a polyglot by the time I die. Will that happen? I don't know. We'll see. But, language content? No, I wouldn't do language content, no. Unless you're talking, like, tutorials. I'd do tutorials in other languages for sure. But no, what I mean by teaching is that I'm gonna try to be a language professor. Did I just say that? I did not say that. I said, I wanted to teach at the university level. As in, I want to be a language professor. Yeah. So that doesn't mean I'll do, like, language content of, like, those dumbass polyglot content creators, which half of them are fake. There's very few of them that actually, like, a lot of the language learning creators, language learning streams, I could do that. Not a bad idea. You love this game? Game's pretty good. But yeah, I don't really like the language learning sphere of content creation. It's really stupid. Because I look at these people, they're like, oh, you can learn a language in a month. No, you can't. If you want to learn a language in a month, you have to make many shortcuts. If you really want to learn a language, you can't take a month. Even if you get really good at it, you're not going to be good enough to be able to really speak it in a month. You might be able to get by and say, like, and learn how to say, like, hi, how are you, and all that stuff. But it takes so much to learn a language that learning it quickly is not a good... It's not good. Especially because the faster you learn it, the faster you lose it. If you learn it slowly, usually it will stick with you more. It's kind of like the reason why, even if you're really good at math, if you learn something just for a test, you'll forget it very quickly. Make your day better. Well, that's good. I really like language, and I really like speaking about language. Like I've said in Japanese that maybe not really in English exactly, but I have told people, like, the thing is languages kind of just saved my life. It helped teach me social skills. It brought me out of my shell. It allowed me to live in a different country that I never thought I'd be able to do. Be able to, like, basically live my life the way that I wanted to. Otherwise, I would have just been stuck in my room speedrunning all day, which, I mean, I like speedrunning, don't get me wrong. This is a hobby. Saved my life. I mean, what I mean is, like, without language, I would still be a shut-in. I'd still be a Hikikomori. Most likely, even after college, I would just be a Hikikomori. And I would have just given up on life. I would have still been the same man-child I was 5 years ago. And the only thing that I would have going on in my life would be speedrunning. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do like speedrunning. I love speedrunning. But this is not life, this is a hobby. A hobby I could make money off of, sure, but this is just a hobby. This is not super important to my life and who I want to be as a person. This is a fleeting, not a fleeting, but like a, how would I put this? This is like a pleasurable hobby that I'm doing because I think it's fun and interesting. Is a bad thing. It is a very horrible thing. But here's the thing, though. If you still go out and, you know, mingle, you're with friends or whatever, or, like, even if you don't like social situations, if you're still going out and you're not scared of going out, even if it's with people, then you're not a hikikomori or a shut-in. Those are two... There's a difference between people who just do not like going out and people who do it because they have to. Like, I still have those tendencies. Like, I mean, I still like going out, but the thing is I kind of prefer being on my own or, like, chilling with friends in, like, their house or playing games with them instead of, like, going out and doing stuff. But the difference is that the reason why I was like that was because I was scared of society and scared of myself and a bunch of other things. You go out to work, does that get you away? No, it doesn't. It's something people don't, what's it called? It's something people haven't fully studied. But you're afraid of being judged and you're really shitty at being social. As long as it doesn't prevent you from going outside and living your life, then you're not really a hikikomori. A hikikomori is somebody who, like, doesn't go outside because of the fact that they're scared. And, like, basically, they turn into somebody that can't go outside. People who work usually aren't that. What are you supposed to do then? I mean, the very easy way to tell is if you're okay with being around friends and going to do something even if it causes you anxiety, it's only to the point if it prevents you from living your life that it's a problem. Yeah, it's only if it causes you issues that it is a problem. So, like, if you're doing it just because you prefer to just stay at home, but, you know, if it's like, you know what? Let's go outside and take a walk, or, you know what? Going to a restaurant with friends doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so then you're just a homebody. Yeah. Nasubi? Oh, yeah, that. Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, where the guy was forced to, like, the only thing he could do was, like, get, like, coupons or whatever, right? And see if he could live off of, like, basically no money. He didn't even have clothes. I think, yeah, that's the guy. Forced to eat fucking cat food, yeah. There aren't much cool places where you live to motivate you to go more on going out. Then no, you're probably not hikikomori. Because that's the reason why I don't usually go out. I was gonna go meet some friends today, but I decided not to. Hikikomori, it does sound like omori, yeah. Also, hey, Rach. Yeah. Like, if it's not a choice where you're basically like, your brain tells you, I can't go. I can't go outside. That was me. Like, I was scared of going outside. I was scared of meeting people. I didn't have any friends. All I did was just speedrun and play video games. That's all I did for 5 years. No training, nothing. I tried to get a job, but I wasn't getting hired. I gave up. Essentially, a hikikomori is somebody who has given up on social life. What was driving me to be so afraid to talking to people? Because of a lot of trauma that I had with talking to other people where people thought I was, like, creepy. Or made fun of me all the time. Or how my sisters used to treat me when I was a kid. Where they would bully the fuck out of me. Make me feel like I was terrible. You have a stalker that started at your work. That's one of the things that can happen. That's one of the ways that becoming a hikikomori can start, is like having a stalker. At least from like at least for women. For men, I mean, usually that's not gonna happen. It can, but it's not very well studied because it was just considered a Japanese phenomenon that was considered. It was considered something that was specific to Japanese society, but it has started becoming a thing all over the world. People don't know about it. You should get the cops. That doesn't always work. different rules for different folks. Yeah, basically, unless the person does something, he can just go back. But initiating and, like, being violent towards the person means that you're at fault, even if the person is committing something that would be considered stalking, because the person could use that against you. And then you're trapped in a prison, and then when you come out, who's gonna be there? Stalking isn't that much of a thing here. It does occur, but it doesn't occur often. It occurs a lot more in Asia. I'm not sure about Oceania. Damn you. Fart spray is illegal. At the very least, he will smell like shit. Yeah. What country do I live in? I'm still in the United States. I lived in Japan for 3 months. But I still live in the United States. Yo, Zoe, thanks for the good luck. Oh. Chilling with the Amish? Nah, I don't like the Amish. And they don't like me. That's not true. Entirely. Well, the Amish really don't like non-Amish people usually. A lot of people saying that some Japanese people can act really racist or xenophobic towards you. Is that true? Yes and no. So here's the thing that they don't really tell you is that the biggest problem that the Japanese have towards immigration and non-Asian, now very, very specifically non-Asian foreigners. You know, when it comes to Asian foreigners, it's different because of history. But for the majority of non-Asian foreigners, their problem lies with the fact that they come in, don't learn Japanese, try to change the culture, they're loud and they're obnoxious, they don't follow societal rules, and cause disturbances. Yeah, they need the immigration. Japanese society has been built off of a place where there's a lot of natural disasters, very similarly to the United States. They have constant earthquakes, typhoons, rock slides, flooding. The thing is they have developed, their society has developed as very, very exclusive, very, like, excluded. And basically what it is if you allow some random outsider to come in that is not interested in trying to fully integrate, it's bad for society. This is what a collectivist society is like, where the reasons why the majority of foreigners are treated poorly is because they aren't there. So if you moved and behaved like a normal... If you followed the societal rules, you learned the language, then the worst that's gonna happen is, the worst that's gonna happen is you might get the occasional person being like, what the fuck are you doing here? But most of the time, people will just ignore you. If you follow society, and then, you know, just do what they do, and you're there, and then it's like, oh, what do you do? And you speak Japanese pretty well, they'll obviously notice that you're not fluent. People ignoring you is a good thing, yes, of course. In Japan, yes. If people are paying attention to you, you fucked up. And you know when people you know when they're not ignoring you. You can tell. It's a very hard, though, like, they make it obvious. They won't look at you directly, but it is very obvious. Like, there is a collective stare that happens if you do something messed up. Or if you do something that's disturbing them. It's very obvious. They make it very clear. You'll know. If they're ignoring you. Because the thing is, Japanese people are not social people. They're collectivist people. So what? They don't care about talking to you unless, you know, there's some level of business. They'll always view you as a foreigner. It doesn't matter. They'll know if you're making an effort. It's very obvious. There's very, very obvious the difference between somebody who actually wants to learn and wants to try to be that way and who isn't. If you, like, if you're bothering people, they'll know. Of course they'll know. You're gonna stick out like a sore thumb anyways, unless you're Asian. If you're Asian, you won't stick out too much. But the problem is they will hold you much more... they'll assume you know all of the rules, so they will treat you like crap if you don't speak perfect Japanese or do all the mannerisms. If you're, like, say, white like me, they will give you a pass. And if they see, like, oh, well, you know, he's trying to follow the rules, he's being quiet, he's not doing things or whatever, it's like, we'll just ignore him. We know he's there, but we'll just ignore him. Because the thing is Japanese people are always busy. They're doing something. They're on a time. They're on a timer, asking for them for help in when their speaking culture is like talking in circles. A 1-minute conversation can take 5 to 10 minutes. You're wasting their time. Don't waste their time. Imagine, like, the majority of them are just businessmen. They're not there for pleasantries, they're there for business. If they're at a park, though, then you can. You're black. Does it make it worse for them? No, not really. I think the worst thing that will happen is that they'll treat you like you're from a movie. That's really the only thing about being black in Japan, is that they might treat you like you're from a movie or something. Because that's how they think, that's what they think of when they think of black people. They might be more hesitant because of, you know, Johnny Somali and a couple of other bad actors. But your friend is black and lives in Japan. He seems to be doing well there. Yeah. Like, if you're just there... Yeah, he's a dick. Like, the thing is if you're just kind of there, you know, living life just like everybody else, probably the worst thing that's gonna happen is there's gonna be little kids that are like, Mommy, why is he black? Mommy, why do people come in that shade? I think that's the worst that's gonna happen to you. Mommy, why is his hair weird? That's probably the worst that'll happen. And you'll get some people, especially if you're in rural areas, be like, people come in that shade? That is the worst that's gonna happen. And, you know, it might make you think, like, that'll make you feel isolated. In reality, it doesn't come from racism. It's, like, curiosity. Like, I was with a Japanese exchange student. Well, he's not really a student, and he's an administrator for Tokyo University. I took him to Chick-fil-A on Wednesday because he really likes Chick-fil-A. And there was a play place right by where we sat, and there was this little girl who's just staring at him. She was like, he looks so different. that's what she was like fascinated with him almost. Because it's like, when you see somebody who looks so vastly different from what you're used to when you're a child, you're fascinated with it because it's different. It's like, what is this? It's not really about like, oh, this person's different. It's rather like, oh, this person's different. I want to know. Just for a bad reason, you don't like to stand out. Most likely you won't stand out that way. Racism doesn't happen in Asia like it does in the West. Totally different. Absolutely totally different. Like, wait, this guy is an American? I mean, they're gonna assume you're American. They're gonna assume you speak English. But if you speak Japanese decently well, like, or at least well enough, if you're in Tokyo, you'll be fine. If you're in Kyoto, you might get a little bit of xenophobia. If you're in Osaka, probably not. Because people from Osaka are very friendly. If you go to any of the rural areas, you'll get more of what I was talking about before, where it's like, since they don't really have that much contact with anybody outside of Asians, Kyoto specifically, there's a couple of reasons. I can explain that in a second. If you're going to a village or a place with, like, where people don't have a lot of interactions with foreigners, they're probably going to be very curious about you. They're going to be asking questions. Even stuff that's going to be, like, really intrusive. Because, like, you look different. You're different from them, and it's like, they want to know why. Specifically, not with an E, you're thinking of especially, because specially is different from especially. Specially is, an adverb. So, like, specially designed. Especially is, like, you're adding on to something. The correct spelling is, especially, yeah. The second way you wrote it. You were typing specifically. S specifically does not exist. That is a, Spanish construction caused by phonotactics. Also, it was initially specially in English, but it, changed to especially for some reason. But it was loaned into English as specially about 700 years ago. So, people from Kyoto are a lot more stuck up. Special doesn't have any, absolutely not. Especially does, but you could say, specially, but it means, like, it has been specifically designed for it. Like a specially made, object. Like, Live Split was specially made for speedrunning. Like that. But especially with the fact that we have Live Split, it is easier to track our times as speedrunners. So Kyoto has a much more uptight culture. They're very stuck up, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that they were originally the capital of Japan, and it was just changed to Tokyo, which used to be Edo. So a lot of people are very upset about that, but also that's where most of the tourism happens because it is the cultural center of Japan. It is considered one of the most beautiful places, where most of the traditional architecture of Japan has been preserved. So a lot of foreigners go there for tourism because Kyoto is very beautiful. It is it's a wondrous sight for people who don't live there. So what this has been is that they have very anti-tourism sentiments. Tokyo is different because Tokyo is more of a melting pot where there are a lot of foreigners. There's a lot of English. There's a lot of like there's a lot of like you know, mingling between Japanese and non-Japanese. It's just Tokyo backwards. Yeah, basically. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Osaka, which is not too far off from Kyoto. Osaka is nice. The people are very friendly there, and they love jokes. That's just part of their culture. But their dialect is totally different. Kyoto is Kansai, and Kansai Ben is, I mean, a lot of it is understandable, but not entirely. So, like, for example, you could saying arimasen would be like arahen. Use the right spelling from Nihongo. Yeah, I try to take the proper pronunciation as best I can. I kind of like leverage it to try to make sure I'm still being understood. What was that jump? That is what we call Sonic 06. And what happens is you hit the spring boxes twice, and it gives you a basically double the height. It sucks. You can use it to do something that's called Crystal Crazy Skip, though I hate that skip. It only saves like 20 seconds. Fuck off. It only saves like 20 seconds in Hundo. It saves like 50 in all levels. For Japanese words, just use Japanese accent. Well, yeah. I change my voice based on what language I'm speaking. 例えば俺の声はちょっと日本語の話すとき俺の声はちょっと違うよねこれ面白いよねこれ Yeah. Y cuando hablo en español, obviamente, cambia la voz también. You wish you had that skill? It's not an easy skill. Like, it's a genetic skill for me. The ability to have that much control over my voice, that is genetic. I get that from my mom. It's useful, but also not at the same time. Because, people will assume that your skill or your understanding of the language is much higher. Every single head knew one language. Yeah. True. Just like a very experienced person in languages? No, not necessarily. Your ability to pronounce words does not your ability to reflect or like copy the accent in a different language does not reflect your experience in languages. It only reflects either an incredibly hard amount of work that you've put into it or a genetic gift that you have been given since you were born. Like, my genetics basically, like, I have the god genetics for that. I basically got very high rolls on that. Man. But people will assume that I know more than I actually do in a language, which sucks. But I know somebody who is a literal master of Japanese. He's bidialectal in Japanese. Learned it as an adult. A linguist speaking Morse code right now. Is that a suicidal strat? Basically, yeah. I don't know what that means. I don't know what I just said, but... so... he still has a pretty strong American accent, but with most of the Japanese pronunciations. He still has his issues between his R's and his D's, just like most Americans do. I still struggle with it. Come on. There you go. Okay. Come on, Curse Splash. Please don't get... Fuck off. I'm getting tired of that. I think I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna do it another way. Damn it. I mean, that wasn't that great. I've never seen any of the Godzilla movies, believe it or not. But yeah, I am experienced in language learning. Don't get me wrong, but the ability to change how you say stuff does not reflect your experience. How's my machine learn languages? I don't fucking know. I did a couple of times reverse engineer instances using assembly and cheat engine with the zero coding knowledge. But with that being said, I'm not interested in coding. Dude, can you like work, please? Thank you. Don't fucking disconnect, bastard. And I'm not a pro at languages. Absolutely not. I have a particular interest in them. I do have a lot of experience in language learning. But I wouldn't consider myself a pro by any means. Do I speak binary? I speak Spanish. Does that count? It's a binary gendered language. Machine language learning. I could learn programming. It's just that I don't care about it. I've spoken to one of my closest friends about this who is a programmer, and he said, listen, you and I both know if you ever learned programming language, you would be really good at it. But you and I also know that you just wouldn't give a shit. Does that mean you're Spanish? Yes. It's time to say, eres gilipollas. You had no friends, and And everyone wouldn't shut the fuck up. Yeah. That happens. No voice actor for Crash Bandicoot. Pancakes! Damn. Hey, I made that cycle. I haven't been making that cycle. Yay. Whoa! 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 Can you believe that that meme is 8 years old now? What? Whoa. Good try. That was definitely a good try of trying to say eres gilipollas. You could try to say me gusta la paella. And then it's like, yeah, he's Spanish. Damn. Crazy. Now all he has to do is just complain, take naps, and have back pain. And then he's Spanish. Yup. Olge. Whoa, don't... Okay, I'm alive? I'm no longer alive? Good attempt. Good attempt. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's like... I have noticed that a lot of people with Spanish heritage have back problems. Like, it's a weird genetic thing where, like, almost everybody that I know that has Spanish heritage, has back problems. Oh, like, the friend that I was just talking about who does programming, so, I mean, he was born in Brazil, raised here in the United States. His dad has Spanish heritage, and both of them have serious back problems. And, like, I've known 4 different, Spanish friends who have back problems. Your learning is working. Oh, no. Pretty soon he's gonna get really upset at something and be like, fuck you, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'll take a nap and then I'll come back to this. And then forgets. Complains, takes a nap, and then forgets. Oh no, that's racist against Spanish people. Well, clearly you don't know Spanish people. I do love Spanish people. But also the memes can be pretty funny. So, yeah, that is one of the things. Your brain changes when you learn a new language. Sometimes to the point where, like, the influences that you have received from the new culture can affect how you're thinking to the point where you might be thinking multiple things at the same time. Like, I have like, absorbed levels of Japanese culture to the point where, you know, if something happens, the Japanese side of me says, like, well, why the hell aren't you, like, listening to societal rules? The Spanish side of me, which is the total opposite of that, is like, dude, nice. And then the American side of me is, like, in the middle because we have something in between a collectivist, society where we love to censor opinions. Like, that this is something that Americans have been for a long time. Is, like, we hate opposing opinions. And, other things, but we also allow for, like, freedoms of expression. It's really weird, and it's very there's a huge conflict of that. But I do, I relate more to Americans who have lived outside of the United States for long periods of time than I do to Americans that just live here. It's weird. It's very weird. It's very, very weird that, like, me relating more to people who have lived outside of the country that I grew up in basically all of my life, that I relate more with them than the people that actually have lived here, same as me, is it's awkward. Because imagine not feeling like you belong in a place you're supposed to belong. But, I mean, that's just not how, that's just how I'm built. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And if anybody does say that there's something wrong with it, meh, whatever. Who cares? I'm not making that. Thank you. I've been having trouble with that today. I don't like it. It was interesting because I was talking with the Japanese exchange guy, the exchange student, and then he's like, I really think that American society is so much better than Japan. You guys are so nice and helpful. It's made me feel very good about being here. And he was like saying, the Japanese people are super judgmental, which is true. All of what he's saying is true. But it's interesting because from the outside perspective and trying to go into the society, you get different and even better treatment than from the outside or from the inside. Like, coming from the outside, going in, feeling better than the other way around. It's so weird because I look at a lot of the things that I like about Japanese society. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. It's true. There's also a lot of things I like about American society and a lot of things I don't like. But it's like, I feel more comfortable not being in this society. But also, society treats you differently, depending on if you're an outsider or not. It's odd to have, like, all those different perspectives. Living outside of Japan, or living in Japan, made me appreciate a lot of things about American society. But it also kind of solidified the fact that I don't want to be in this society, especially with everything that's been going on that is, like, very it goes against a lot of my own interests, especially since, you know, I'm disabled. I speak 3 languages. I have differing opinions in a lot of things. I don't involve myself in politics. A lot of those things will, like, basically kind of isolate me from my own society. And society just has none of my best interests at heart. Healthcare is super expensive and not guaranteed. people are divided by race, and minorities way too much. Like, a lot of this stuff I hate. And I would rather just be in a place where healthcare is affordable. That's something I need. I need my healthcare to be affordable. A place where I could just kind of be not necessarily be myself, but basically, like, be left alone. And also be respected in my fields of study and abilities. Which, what I've been told is that if I work at a, say, like a public university in Japan, maybe I won't get the best pay, but I will be respected in society. And I would be like, my skills would be appreciated. My skills would be, useful. Like, this is something that a lot of people don't understand about, especially living in an English-speaking country, is the linguistic abilities of a person do not make them, do not get appreciated, and in fact are usually ridiculed and criticized behind closed doors. There is nothing emotionally lucrative about being able to speak 3 languages and wanting to teach them in an English-speaking country. Those skills are not valued. They are kind of taken for granted and more or less kind of treated like shit. In other countries, it still happens. It's just that, say, like, if in a lot of other places, especially in Europe, most people speak more than one language. Those kinds of skills are actually, not just that, you are sometimes have to interact with people that just don't speak your own language. Having those skills is normal in other places. Those skills are, like, actually respected. In the United States, those are ridiculed, especially if you speak Spanish nowadays. It sucks. It has gotten to the point where there's one of my friends, who said, like, his dream as somebody from Colombia was to study abroad in the United States, and I told him don't. I had to tell him no, because I don't know if he could be politically protected, or because he can't choose where he goes. Where he could be placed, he could be put into, he could be placed into, he could go somewhere where they're very anti-Hispanic. And that's awful, and I said, no, go somewhere else. Go somewhere where you're not going to run into those issues. And especially because he has what Americans consider the Latino skin tone. Which is stupid, because Latin Americans come in every single color that basically everybody else does. Latin America is a huge melting pot. So, but it sucks. And, when I go to larger family gatherings, I usually don't like telling people what I do. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, you know, I'm studying, I'm going to college. What are you going to college for? You know, I still haven't fully decided yet. But if I say, like, oh, well, I speak 3 languages. Oh, that's cool. So what are you gonna do with that? And if I say teach English or like teach languages abroad, they're gonna be like, oh, that's nice. But then they're gonna be thinking like, dude, do you live in one of the best countries in the world? Why do you want to downgrade? And you're learning other languages, but English is the best language in the world. Why would you be teaching other languages and speaking other languages? You're downgrading yourself. What is wrong with you? Is what most people think when you tell them that here. It sucks. And then there's the ones that are very anti-Hispanic, like, one family friend that I know. She's incredibly anti-Guatemalan and anti-Mexican. And she will say Mexican like it's a slur. Like, she'll stop and say it with such vitriol, like, those Mexicans. It's like, lady. Who fucking took a shit in your cereal? I look at that and I'm like, do I really want to be in a place where my dream job of teaching languages is just gonna get shat on like that? I mean, I know what happens everywhere else. It's just, you know, eh. These are thoughts. But right now, the only thing that's in the way of this is seeing if I can get funding. I need to see if I can get funding for the master's program. Because once I get funding for the master's program and I graduate this semester, which means I just need to pass my classes, I'm good. I'm Gucci. And then, well, the rest of my life starts, basically. Binge. How you doing, Binge? So as of right now, for the next couple of months, at least up until December and probably all the way until January, I'll still be doing stuff. It's going good. It's been pretty alright. Very close to entering a master's program. No! I don't want to take that. All I need to do is just figure out how I'm going to get funding for the master's program. That's it. Once I figure out the funding, I just need to pass my classes. Boom, I graduate, I do a master's program, and once I enter it, I don't know how much time I'm going to have. So as of right now, up until probably mid-January, I will have time to stream, and I will promise to try to stream as much as I can, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I will probably not be able to stream with the same amount of frequency as I do right now. I very much so do not know how my schedule's gonna be once I enter the Masters. And then after as I am finishing the master's program, I'm going to be applying to several different Japanese universities, saying like, hey, look, like I have this experience teaching English. I want to not just teach English. I also have experience in teaching Spanish, teaching Japanese. What do I need to do in order to work for you and be able to teach these languages? What do you want me to do? Blah, blah, blah. And then once I get accepted, I just need to get the funds, go over there, get all the visa paperwork and stuff, and then I'm over there, and then I probably won't be able to stream for at least a couple of years, I think. Once I get fully established, I can probably do streaming. I'll have to get all of my stuff moved from here to there. I hate to say it, but I can't stream and I can't speedrun forever. So yeah, that's basically how it's going. Yo, James. And you know what? And it's like it's also like I said before, and it's basically like I said before, is like, if I manage to not accomplish anything else in speedrunning before I have to stop streaming altogether, I didn't. No. I'm not gonna be upset. First thing you hear me say is I cannot speedrun forever. Yeah. It's true. It's because I'm talking about the fact that I'm finally fully getting my life together. I'm 2 steps away from entering a master's program, which will be teaching English as a second language that I will be able to transfer into teaching Spanish and Japanese too. And the idea is I'm gonna teach in Japan English, Spanish, and Japanese. That is what my current goal is. And then also French too, once I become fluent in French. And then another language. Like, the thing is like, right now, I'm not caring as much because I'm still in my undergraduate. Once the master's program starts, like, I genuinely can't know. I genuinely cannot know how much I'll be able to stream. Enjoy the moment. We'll find out once January hits. Because if I have time to do stuff, I'll still stream for sure. But what I'm saying is that I genuinely do not know what the future's gonna hold for my free time. I genuinely don't know. And once I actually become a professor, I'm most likely gonna be very busy. Where I'm probably not going to be able to stream much anymore because I'll want to keep a social life. But I mean, I've been speedrunning for 15 years. I've accomplished basically everything that I wanted to accomplish. So if I don't end up getting anything official outside of maybe doing marathon runs or something in the next 4 months or so, then it is. When I come back, if someone took my record, depends. I would like to get the sub 940, but I got the sub 10, and I got the sub 950, and I got an incredibly good run for any percent. I have said before, and I will say it again, I care more about hundo than any percent. So if somebody took my hundo, I would probably push more for it, but the fact of the matter is that, if things turn out to be where I cannot stream or speedrun enough to be capable of taking my records back, I'm not going to be upset. I split, damn it. That was almost a hole-in-one. And I said this last stream too. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment that, if you like watching me one can stay speedrunning forever, yeah. I don't think that that will stop me from finding glitches. I will most likely still do that, and I'll still upload to my YouTube channel when I do glitch finding and stuff. But for speedrunning, I'm not sure that I'll be able to do it for the foreseeable future. As much as I love doing it. I mean, I wouldn't have been doing it for almost 15 years, if not. My 15th anniversary of being a speedrunner is coming up. Last G-Pro stream? Right now, no. Absolutely not. We still got like 4 months before we know what the future's gonna hold. There's still 4 months to go before we know. And even then, it's not, like, guaranteed that I will have to stop streaming regularly. Because if I learn how to play my cards right, I will be able to, still stream and do stuff. Really lit up the room, true. Yeah. Well, that's the idea. Then I've said this many times. Me speedrunning, this is a hobby. This is a thing that I enjoy doing as like a not a time waster, but it's like to pass the time. I do this, and I enjoy it. I love it, but at the same time, this is not my life. I don't tell people about this. Just become faceless, anonymous, and keep streaming? No. I wouldn't do that. Thing is I just... There's a good chance that I won't have the time to do streaming. That's the only thing. If I can balance it, I will. Because I still like it. But this is not... You know, this is not my, this is not my life. This is not what's gonna lead me to being happy in my life. You gotta do what I need to do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't tell a lot of people, like, I speedrun and then I get a bunch of world records and then I've, like, broken a bunch of games and found a lot of glitches and then I stream and I have, like, 2,500 followers or whatnot. It's not important to me. At the end of the day, it's not that important to me. It's not that I'm not happy that I've done this stuff, it's just not important to me. It's not relevant to my life outside of speedrunning. I wouldn't say it's humility or being humble. It is what it is. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, I accomplished a lot of things. I've done a lot of things in my 15 years of being a speedrunner. Streams after retirement when, you know, if I retire and I'm still up for speedrunning and I still got it, I'll do it. Old grandpa still got some things. Old grandpa getting new world records. Imagine that, like, G-Pro becomes Grandpa Pro. Oh, you don't want to? Damn. Yeah, normal people really don't care about online achievements. They don't matter. Like, I mean, they do, of course, but like they like matter to you. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like I don't feel unaccomplished that I got something in a video game. Of course I do. I've been working really hard to do all that stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the fact that it is not important to my daily life. It is only important where it needs to be. And that's when I'm doing these hobbies and when I'm interacting with other people that, like, want to know. And that would care to know. And that the people that I care to know. I've gotten many world records in my day. Dozens, probably even hundreds of like IL records, single segment records, blah blah blah. I've gotten a lot of stuff. I've done a lot of stuff. Broken games. It's nice, but at the same time, it's not important to me. If the records were the only thing that I cared about, I would have stopped ages ago with Twinsanity. Like saying, oh yeah, I'm the best in Twinsanity. Yeah, look at me. I got the record. And then it's like, yeah, we wouldn't have gotten sub 10. Okay. Alright, we're good. Just losing a little bit of time. Think I missed this game? Probably. Buenas tardes. Yo, Victor. Yay! Thanks for the good luck. Of course I would miss it. There's times when I miss running Sonic Adventure. And Sonic Heroes. That's not gonna stop me from, like, missing them, but at the same time, it's like, okay, that's 2 drop jumps you've done. Like, I wouldn't be doing any of the stuff that I do if I didn't enjoy it. I wouldn't be trying to get, you know, these records if I didn't enjoy doing so. But I'm not about the first place. I'm about, you know, trying to do what I can. Developing stuff and all that other, you know, all that other stuff. Sciencey.
The old alma mater. As a former student myself, I am well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
Nice.
I'm stuck! The greatest evil scientist in the world! Stuck in a pipe.
How could things get any worse? Yeah, there we go. Oh, wah, 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 wah. I'm hungry. No, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, the goal for me with Twinsanity was never to be the best. It did end up happening, but the goal was never to be anywhere near close to the best. The goal has always been just to do what I can and develop the game. Damn you. Come on. There you go. Okay, Cortex is not in that running animation. We're good then. Hopefully Cortex is not doing any dumb shit. Okay, he's complaining about his back. No! That run's dead. Damn it. That's not really a, Oh, shit. I accidentally loaded the game and didn't mean to do that. Shit happens. Cortex equals Spanish. Exactly. See, that's what I was thinking. Cortex. When I finally get a run where I get into, if I'm like a minute ahead, going into, if I'm a minute ahead going into Antagony, I will be, I will most likely get a 102. I forget. What is my goal? Is my goal sub 103? My goal is sub 103, right? I think so. Sub 102 is also quite possible. Right now the goal... Ah, damn it, I curved it too much. Right now my goal is to try to get... what's my goal? Sub, right now I want to get a low 102. Because, I believe I save almost 2.5 minutes with the new route and everything. Ultimately, my hundo goal, at least right now, is a sub 102. My current goal, which is just like the base goal, is a sub 103. Asking for a sub 101 is gonna be a little too much right now. I can see myself getting a, I can see myself getting a low 101. I would have to implement... I'll have to implement 3 different strats. One of them that's uncooked, one of them that I'm just not good at, and then one of them that is extremely risky, which saves another minute in total. And then basically I'll have to like implement some other stuff too. What I'm hoping for is that I won't have to implement Crystal Crazy Skip to try to sub 1. That's my hope, is that I won't have to do Crystal Crazy Skip. Because if I have to implement Crystal Crazy Skip in order to sub 1, I'll go crazy myself. I really do not want to have to do Crystal Crazy Skip in Hundo. Unless we somehow magically make it consistent, which I doubt. Oh, come on, headset. Why are you beeping? This is a pretty good hub 1. No, I almost hit the trigger. That would have... Okay, cool. That's happened twice now. Neat. Damn it. Alright, where's my... Here it is. Yeah, I'm pretty damn excited for, I'm pretty excited for, learning, teaching, and becoming a licensed teacher. I kind of low-key wanted to do teaching for a long time. I just kind of, I suppressed it because I was like, oh, well, you just don't have good social skills. Metro Prime 4. Samus got a fucking bike. I did not see the direct, no. But I know Samus has a bike. And somebody was like, well, I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea. I'm like, bitch? Samus got a fucking bike? That's cool as shit. Like, I mean, I do love Samus's shit, but I'm not gonna lie. A bike? Cool. You could do a lot of cool things with a bike. New Yoshi game? I have not seen any of the direct, but I'm also happy they're doing a new Yoshi game. Like, right now, the games that are on my radar are obviously Metroid Prime 4 and Silk Song, which, I mean, I'm playing Silk Song. I haven't bought it yet, but I'm playing it. Like, yeah. Yoshi and the Magical Book? Okay. I mean, there's Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. What do you want? Jump, 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 jump. Come on. There we go. Oh, they're doing Galaxy 1 and 2 HD. Ugh. Those better be actual ports and not just emulators, because, like, 久しぶり. Oh, 確かに久しぶりか. Good luck, ありがとう. Thanks for the good luck. Konbanwa, Shakeka-san. Yeah, I just hope they're ports and not emulators like Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Ugh. Not good. Oh no, 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 no. Yikes. Get on there, get up there. I hope you're okay. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. It's like he's doing... あまりない。まあ、クラスがあるから、ちょっと忙しいよ。Mm-hmm. What? ってよかった。まあね、最近ね、ティーチング・イングリッシュ・セコンド・ランゲージのクラスは取るつもり。これ、そういう、今学期じゃなくて、冬の学期ね、そのクラスが取る、そのクラスが取るつもり。それで、そのプログラムの後で、英語じゃなくて、日本語とスペイン語を、教えるライセンスを、日本語は難しいけど、見るのが、になったんだ。嬉しい。あ、それは言語先生になる。になりたい。それで、そのプログラムの後で、言語先生になる。それはゴールだ。それはゴールだ。でもそのプログラムは入ってない。入ってない。それは、卒業の後で、そのプログラムを入る。に入る。間違った。日本語は。日本語ちょっと悪いけど。ごめん。You're an authentic connoisseur, so whenever you get the urge to play Galaxy games, you play on Wii. Nice. いやいや、上手になってなかった。いや、上手じゃないよ。まだまだ。もっと学びことがある。あれコービージプロ先生。へえ。でも今先生じゃない。嬉しいけど。でもまだまだ。練習しなきゃ。特に練習しなきゃ。Damn it! Are you kidding me? That sucks. 最近ね、ラチェッ RTA はどうだった最近。Do I get a teaching license in the USA? I will soon. In 2 years after the program. My plan is to keep learning Japanese and apply for a Japanese university to teach English and Spanish. あ、よかった。GGGG。よくできた。パチパチパチパチ。ごめん、ちょっと達成けど。ごめん。ああ。Dude, I'm starving. 腹減った。But yes, I will get a teaching license that will beまあそれはライセンスの言葉ってさ面接じゃないよね。それで教師面接じゃないよね、その言葉。Who's good at Japanese? Ooh, who's that? 誰だで？Teacher license, yes. 今は持ってないけど。でもプログラムの後で教師面接、ティーチャーライセンスは教師免許、今持ってないけどプログラム、ティーチング・イングリッシュ・セコンド・ランゲージプログラムの後で、教師免許は持っている。Thank you. And went crazy. Is it thank you? 日本語上クラッシュアーミクーパー。ああ、なるほど。うん。上手だよね、ミクフーパーさん。マックフーパーさんね。うん、上手ね。Top 10 saddest anime deaths. I'm dead. まあ、最近ってさ、配信が見えなかった。最近忙しいから、忙しすぎるから、ちょっと悲しいよ。配信がもっと配信が見たいけど、今できないよ。 忙しすぎるから。She's a funny SMS runner. Ooh. Thank you. Maybe I'll have to look her up. I need to really work on studying more Japanese grammar and working on getting better vocabulary. My verb conjugation kind of sucks for like talking about future. I really want it to not. In Japanese, grammar is already good. よくないよと思う。それはね、活動詞はちょっと難しいよ。例えば、未来とか、の後で、何々が持っている、その風に、その文はちょっと難しいよ。それで、文法ってさ、ちょっと、まあ、関節、コンプリートは、ちょっとできないよ。俺。それってさ、まあ、スペイン語はできるけど、日本語はちょっと、全然違うよね。それは、今はできないけど、もっと、まあ、学びことがあるよね。それ、勉強しなきゃ。すごく、確かに、勉強しなきゃ。Despite you being really bad, Japanese is so complicated. まあ、それはね、英語に比べると、日本語は全然違う。それはね、まあ、スタイルは全然違う。それは、英語で特に、プレポジションは、例えば、with とか、to とか、その言葉は大切だけど、日本語は助詞だけ、バーブはちょっと違うと、まあ、スタイルは全然違う。難しくないけど、まあ、俺は、まあ、間接な文はちょっと難しい。今。それはまあ、それは俺の問題だけど今。Does it have a lot of conjunctions? English or Japanese has we call them particles. Josh is particles. Where in English we need word order and sentence structure and verbs. In Japanese, words sentences do not 文の構成は全然違う。それは多分particle それは言葉の後の言葉助詞と情報の構成文の情報の構成はい構成は全然違う。それは練習しなきゃ練習しなきゃよねそれ。まあ難しい難しいよね。まあ英語も日本人にとってね英語は同じよね。それはどうしてこの言葉はどうしてこの言葉は使えるどうしてはそれは使えない。どうしてはそれは使える。まあその言語はその2つは全然違うよね。Also, hey, Akako. Sorry for kind of like ignoring you. まあ今難しい。What if you said you're G Pro? You would be incorrect, sir. Yo, Scarecrow. まあそれはねある日自然に間接な部分をできるようになりたい。cup of tea とかさcup of tea。まあ日本語のバージョンはなんだっけ。もうそれは確かにね。Did the dev teach me some new things? Unfortunately, no. I mean, a couple of cool things, but nothing useful. それは確かに。でもね、英語でとあるのエクスプレッションってさ、ワニの涙知ってる？ワニの涙 crocodile tears 知っているか？それまあ意味は嘘ついている子。何それ。まあそれはね意味はねその涙は嘘フェイク偽物涙。まあ英語とスペイン語のエクスプレッションだ。crocodile tears ワニの涙。どうしてそれはワニは泣ける？泣けらない？今してないけど。 Freestyle crazy. The special patterns are particularly difficult. Yeah, this is very true. Crystal crazy. Oh wait, am I actually gonna get to the rest of the game? Let's go, dude. Dude, imagine if like the first part of my VOD is just me speaking in Japanese and people are like, what the fuck? Crystal crazy. Dos, tres. どこにやるどこに You like the name Crash Bandicoot Evolution? Evolution was a different game. I believe it was. Oh, yabe. Doom chicka doom 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 chicka doom chicka doom chicka doom. Let's go, dude. Doom doom chicka doom chicka doom doom chicka doom 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 doom. Got it. There we go. Okay. Wasn't it with the sticky guy? Yeah. Oi. Changed into Nina's hands, yeah.確かにそれは入力は出せなかった。入力、インプット。Yakuza speedrun when? Probably never. There you go. Input controller. No, just I couldn't do my input. No. Wait. Am I soft locked again? Fuck off. I hate this. Oh wait, usually I hold up and right. Yeah, let's just sit it all. Yeah. See the chat wants it too. 優雅豪徳、でもアルティエできないよ。これ。でもさ、神ゲーよね、これ。まあ最近ね、25、5025体の、アニバーサリーよね。それはちょっと近いよね。It's only a 5-hour speedrun. Yeah, but I don't want to run Yakuza. 神ゲーよね、これ。まあ多分ね、わかる神ゲーム。うん。まあそれをね、多分、初見プレイは、龍が如くさんってさ、したいけど、今は忙しいから、多分できない。でも、初見プレイは、多分、えっと、それ、多分2026年に多分プレイする。でも今はできない。残念だから。シェンム They're an English version of You Got Gotoku. It's called Yakuza. There is no English dub, but English translation. Ma, I might play in. Yeah, I said like probably in 2026 I'll play through that. はい、はい、はい、はい。同じだよ。これ、龍が如くは、ヤクザ。うん。英語でヤクザ。でもね、キリさんってさ、ヤクザじゃないよ。これ。There's a PS2 dub. Yeah. でも、スタジオでさ、龍が如くスタジオだね。それはおかしいよ。どうして龍が如くじゃなくて、どうしてヤクザ？でもね、最初にキリュウはヤクザだけど、all of the past 8, no, they don't. Only the first game. Only the first game has an English dub, and I believe the second one almost does, or it had like a lost dub. It wasn't fully dubbed in English as far as I'm concerned. And everything beyond 3 did not have an English dub. It was all just Japanese dub with English subs. After them have English options. They do? It's better that way? Yeah, the dubs weren't that great. Shogeki. Yakuza. Kiryu-chan! Amama ya, Kiryu-chan! Kiryu-chan! あ、真島さんが。超面白いよね。マジで面白い。Oh, Judgment? Yeah, Judgment has English. Omoroi na. Got leaked, it will likely have English. Makes sense. キリちゃん。マジマさんとの関西弁もちょっと面白いよね。シンデレラ。シンデレラ。ルナ探そう。ルナのに I love you。ゆずるるいとゆらみさがかるさりりりのグラスの靴を下げそう。キリジャンプのチーズネイルはそっか。いいよ、what's up? I've only played a Yakuza 0. I have not played through the first Yakuza game or the others, but I've seen so many playthroughs. I love it. A lot now. まあ、町場さんってさ、ちょっと面白いから、多分、こういうの間に合い方は、ちょっと、多分ね、簡単と思う。と思うけど。まあ、声優になりたいから、多分。真島さん、真島さん、こんにちは。毎度ー。キリちゃん。Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying myself. I like being dumb. Pero. Eh? You could sing as well as I and be as badass. I'm not badass, and I still have a lot to learn in Japanese. My pronunciation is pretty good. It's harder for me to do it when I'm like, or when I'm playing games. Doom. まあ俺の日本語先生ってさ大阪人から多分関西弁はちょっとね なんだろう。え、忘れちゃった。Sing your favorite anime songs, and then you could just learn them. This is the best. Oh, 腹減った。一番好き。あ、それもね、言葉があるけど忘れちゃった。これなんだこれ。スキャットじゃなくて、まあアカペラだけ。でもアカペラはスタイル。¿Cómo? Pero ¿qué ha pasado? ¿Qué me ha pasado? Joder, tío. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? What? What? What the fuck just... What the fuck? What the fuck? What in the actual fuck just happened? 何が起きた？え？クラッシュバンディ。What the hell did you just get back to? I have no idea, Pete. I don't know what happened. I just, you know the center of like cavern right by Sonic 06? I just somehow managed to get there. Mate literally said JP to Spanish to English. I was stuck there, yeah. You know what? Hang on. I'll make a clip of it right now. While we're at it, I'll make a clip of it since I'm gonna make that into a YouTube short because that was like really fucking funny what just happened. Why did you go into full screen? Okay, let me see here. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. Alright, let me see. No, not here. Start segment here. Okay. スキャットじゃなくて、まあ、アカペラだけ。でもアカペラはスタイル。¿Cómo? Pero ¿qué ha pasado? ¿Qué me ha pasado? Joder, tío. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? What? What? What the fuck just... What the fuck? Okay, let me see here. Okay, I'm gonna publish this as a highlight. Copy link page. Okay, save changes. Alright. Now let's see here because you just want a street fight? Cool. 何が起きたの？あ、ちょっと待ってね。あ、それ。それ、ソフトラクというな言葉が知ってる？それは何もできない状況がある。あ、ソフトロック。うんうん。私にもあるんだ。うん。たくさんがある。たくさんがある。Ouch. Yeah, Pete, you could see what happened there, and it's really funny because it's like, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, like, yeah, I know, right? So it's like, so what I was trying to explain was like the I was trying to figure out, there's a word we have for that, and it's not scatting. It's like, just, I guess, singing a cappella. A cappella sing? 多分。でもそれは、オノマトペじゃないけど、オノマトペみたいな言葉。多分。まあ、ビートボックスもないけど、多分それはもっと近い。多分よね。これ。Really, what do you call that? Acapella singing? It's not like beatboxing. Please don't die. How many languages do I know? 3. Word acapella is understood by Japanese people. でもね、それ、多分英語でアカペラも言える。多分。I only speak English, Spanish, and Japanese. You just broed your way over the fence. Yeah, exactly. I speak English. 英語アカペラ。まあ、アカペラってさ、それは、イタリア語の言葉だけど、それ、英語で、Hi Flowers, thanks for the good luck. 英語で、 アカペラは多分日本語も同じと思う。アカペラは音の人間の口で歌うよね。それ多分同じよね。それ kind of like Mario when he Whoa, I almost got holy shit, he's cooking. Maybe. Oh, フラワーソンしてる。おー、よかったね。Is Brawl design being one of your favorites? Yeah. I love Mario's Brawl design. Brawl's one of my favorites. あー、楽だな。知らなかった。At the first time? No. Small world. 1, 2, 3, 4, go! Please don't hurt me. Thank you. Go! Nope. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how the hell I browered myself over the fence. That was crazy. And the fact that I was just like speaking,そっか。シュービルは、でもそれはスキャット。シュービルは、ビビリプビリプは、ね、それはスキャット。でも、シャバラバは多分アカペラだけ。Surprised to hear that?
Power crystal.
それは多分意味はスタイルだけ。違いは多分スタイルだけ。I'm surprised I didn't take damage there. Ooh, this is a good run. Look at that.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak.
This is a pretty good run.
Avert your gaze or you'll go.
Oh, crystal crazy. I use this. No. I did that very carefully. I didn't want to die. Yeah, I've been working to or I've been looking to practice and stuff. You speak other language, you only have an English keyboard. You could just download it onto your PC. It's not hard. You just go to accessibility options and you can download other keyboards. And you'd like to hear my Spanish Cortex too? Oh yeah, you could do it on your phone too. La fortaleza del mal de Victory Morich. Nos equivocamos. Y escondemos el pasado abajo de la alfombra. Yeah, my phone has Spanish, English, and Japanese keyboard. Well, actually, no, it just has the Spanish keyboard and Japanese. Buff flip explode. Please, no! Damn it. Fuck. Whoop. There goes my pace. That sucks. I just didn't have the speed for that. That's like 15 seconds. Okay. I'll take it. Boom. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, でくるね。あ、頑張って。見てくれてありがとうね。くたくありがとう。This would have been an amazing... This would be an amazing pace. I'd be on amazing pace. If I weren't, if I didn't fail Tikimon skip, but it happens. Okay, I'm gonna hold down right instead of up right. Alright, cool. Hey, I like that actually. Okay. Alright. We are now in, Yo, Pikshu. We are now finally out of the early game. See, yeah, I've been pretty busy because of school and stuff. "30 seconds ahead is not bad." School nerd, yep. It's time to kind of lock in a little bit. Not too much. I fixed my cursed splash issue, which is nice. Oh. I did not expect to land there. Oh, my leg is hurting really bad. Okay. Oof. That was almost bad. I almost died. There you go.
Ah, yes, the old alma mater. As a former student myself.
Wait a minute. Sakekatsu's... He just went to stream at like 4 in the morning. Damn. Brody's sleep schedule is messed up. Ooh, I almost took damage, but I did not. Da, 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 dee, da, dee, da, 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 da. I jumped early, still fine. There we go. Oh.
I'm stuck! The greatest evil scientist in the world!
Stuck in a pipe. How could things get any worse?
Alright, hold up. Ah, damn. I'm gonna be, I think, minus 15. True. Jump. Catch Kylie's run the other day. I wasn't able to. I was busy because I was helping a friend move, I think, that day. Either that or I was, there. Where's the time save in this route? You don't watch the credits, and you could do Cortex Antagony. Unless you beat over standard route, which over standard route, it just, you play the game list.
Give it to me!
You are, Pete. Come on. Don't fail this. This is easy, thank you. There you go. Don't fail this like you did last time, idiot. There we go. Come on. Nice. Why did you drop my jump, you stupid game? I lost a lot less time than I thought I was gonna lose. That was really rough, too. Yeah, but that's good, Pete. I am not going to go and do, the thing. I'm gonna do a long jump here. There we go. Oh, neat. There we go. Boing, boing. Okay. Part 1 is done. We can relax for a while. I'm comparing against record, yes. Thank you. Come on. There you go. Don't do this to me now. Thank you. Now, we don't know anything until I get past high seas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah. This is a pretty good run. The next hard part comes, the next hard part, starts when I do, my run's not very good. My run is almost 2 years old.
Fly into something secure, I said. Hurry, Nina, or you'll miss the bus.
Yeah. Why are you surprised that a world record isn't extremely good? That's why my goal is over a minute faster than what my PB is. Oh. That's not good. That's not good at all. Because it's a world record. World record doesn't mean it's good. World record just means it's the fastest completed time. It doesn't mean it's good. It's pretty good for the time. The record is incredibly outdated, uses a different route. Way nice. I mean, the run wasn't a garish vid. That much I could say that. It's just that it's a very outdated run. Stop trying to do this. My PB has a lot of mistakes. Gracias por la suerte. Crazy. Yo, Juan D, thanks for the good luck. Suck my balls. That was not aimed towards you. Rutabaga. It's basically a bastardization of saying rutabaga. Rutabaga. Yeah, that's actually what it is. I'm attempting to bus skip. No, but if I die, I lose a lot of time. That's why I don't do it. It's only a 10-second time save. It's not worth going for.
They found us. To the airship, quickly.
If I die, I lose a lot of time. Detention. Okay, let's see if I save time here. I might. That rooftop was pretty good despite the fact that I had to do a couple of things. How are the runs going? This is the only good run I've had today. And it's pretty good. Is it that risky? It can be. Yeah, if I died, why else would I be refusing to go for it? You don't always go for the fastest things ever. People who only go for the fastest things ever usually never finish runs. Let's keep it that way. Also, EOT cool. Fuck you. My controller disconnected. When it's really fast, yeah, they never finish runs. I've never seen somebody finish a run that way. Nindide, by the time he was able to finish runs, people were better and faster than him because they found better strats and faster strats. For example, people that only go for the fastest strats never finish runs. And those who try to implement it, they always quit because it basically never works out. I have never seen it in 15 years actually work out. Going for consistency over just things that are purely fast. Didn't Noah? No, he didn't. He did go for, cortexless warp skip at one point, but... No, he didn't do the fastest stuff ever. He was nowhere... He was just the only person going for the hard stuff, is really what it was. And Noah's not a good baseline. Okay. I'm a little... Okay, I was too far forward, but I didn't get punished, so... Whatever. Alright. New round... Before Curse Splash? That doesn't change my answer. That means less developed. Oh, come on. Please don't die. Thank you. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here. Like I said, going backwards does not change the goalpost to your favor. Because there were still stuff that he wasn't going for, things that weren't found. We still knew about cortexless warp skip, and we thought it was faster. Which at the time, yeah, it was faster. It is no longer faster. It's a lot slower. Practice it, yeah. That's the thing, is like, people who only do the fastest strats, they just never finish runs. It's like, I mean, maybe if it's like... El año pasado... Sí, es verdad. This is false time save. I'm doing different stuff here. Or I mean, this is false time loss. I'm doing different stuff here. And when I almost die, I get nervous. I don't know either. I mean, I do get nervous. I'm not nervous yet, surprisingly. I usually get nervous around this point. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm waiting. No way. No way that did that. Come on, man. Come on! Stop dropping like 50 million inputs, dude. Thank you. Okay, this part I've been messing up recently. No way! I did this again! Why do I keep fucking this part up? This is easy. Ooh, that's really bad. And I'm going up against a really good split too, which sucks. Yeah, the thing is that's easy. Everything that I'm doing except for village skip is easy. I believe I have lost all of my time now. I think I'm gonna be only minus like 5. I'll be a little bit actually no, it looks like it's not as bad of a time loss as I thought, but it's still gonna be pretty bad. I got fake time loss too, so I believe it'll be like a couple of seconds more than this, but yeah. Okay, here it comes. This is where the fun begins. I should be like minus 50 here. I have 20 seconds of time save in Bandicoot Pursuit. There is collision, I'm just sliding underneath it. So I'm supposed to be 50 seconds ahead about here. I shouldn't lose any time here. My high C split is pretty good. Ooh, that was scary. My high C split is pretty good. I might save time here.
There, to the sea, I tell you.
My ice climb split, I can save a little bit of time.
We must reach engine.
I'm not sure about rock slide.
Set sail, but how? Think, Cortex, think.
Yeah. Bandicoot Pursuit, I have about 20 seconds, I think. In Antagony, I have a minute. So, I mean, right now we just have to hope for anything. You can, but it can kill the run. Saves 20 seconds, we don't go for it. There's way too much other stuff to worry about than that 20 seconds of time save. That has such a high chance of killing your run, you might as well just not do it. There's no way to do it safely. I tried working on it, and it doesn't work. And if you just get unlucky, you lose all the time you're supposed to save. This is a very bad slip slide too. I'm going very slow here. A lot of people think that speedrunning is nothing but a numbers game, and it is not just a numbers game. It's not just a, this saves this much time, so I go for it. It's also how consistent is it? How well can I manage? How often do I get outside of this? There's so much more behind the numbers than just the raw time save and time loss. And just because something is a first place doesn't always mean it's a good run. Oh, I almost got mother skip.
Coming through! Ladies? Excuse me, madam. Are those real?
I'm probably gonna lose time, and I'll be behind, which is fine. I just need to make sure I'm not plus 30. Which may happen if I don't get, It may happen if I don't get... What is mother skip? You skip that cutscene. You just jump over the cutscene trigger. That's all it is. Okay. Alright, here we go. Come on. Oh, I almost missed it. Alright. Come on. Got it. Okay. And no is possible. Oh, am I getting a... No. And engine skip save? A fuck ton. But only if you use early hub 3 or early hub 4.
I've never been so humiliated.
Probably saves 2 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. Failing it costs 8 minutes. Oh, I actually have a lot of time to save here. Okay, cool. Ow, my leg. I really want to sit in a better position, but I can't right now. Okay. Alright. Saving time over PB. I didn't realize I had 11 seconds to save on off of this split. That's kind of nutty. I know my ice climb is quite good. We're almost at the end game. Sion! Okay. How we doing? Okay. On PB pace. Cross your fingers. Yeah, that was a guaranteed one. I was really low. Okay, hang on. Not guaranteed yet. I can still mess this up. All right. I have so many lives. I'm a little nervous, but I'm not that nervous yet. Like, I'm starting to feel the nerves a little bit, but not by much because I'm not that far ahead. I have several, splits. Died to skip a boss. Basically, yeah. You can't skip it on other routes. Well, you could skip it in early hub 3 and early hub 4 because you have the progression flags. Oh, come on! What are you doing, Crash? This is not where I'm, like, that worried about losing time. I'm not that worried about losing time here. It's more so hub 4 that I'm worried about. Okay. So here's the thing, right? I have one more big hurdle before we can start being attached to the run. And that's getting this stuff and not dying. Oof. Okay, now I'm nervous. How can I not die when I drop on the water? You get zombie. Got it. Alright. Psh. Well, I mean, no, I'm nervous. It's true. This is my first time I have been on pace since my PB. Okay. If I miss this next trick, I lose my entire pace. That doesn't mean that I can't PB, but what it does mean is that I will be losing a lot of time.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
We'll see. Damn it. Alright, so I am going to be behind now, which sucks. Let me see here. And, ooh. Alright. I'm going to be behind. Unfortunately, I just did not get the jump. Yeah, I missed it. If you get the jump on the wrong frames, okay, cool. If you get the jump on the wrong frame, which there's like 4 frames, I think, so it's triple frame perfect. If you jump on the wrong frame, you can't skip the cutscene. And that's what happened.
My daughter, niece. We must do something. Think, Cortez.
It loses like 15 or 20 seconds, so I will be behind. And it looks like Bandicoot Pursuit does not have as much time save as I thought. Have I labbed it? Yeah, I did. That doesn't mean I'm always good at it. But I labbed it. And then, Antagony has an entire minute to save. So there's still a pretty good chance that I PB today. What sucks is that I almost definitely will not be getting the sub 103. But I most likely will be getting the sub 104 for sure. Unless I really mess up Antagony, but I don't foresee myself failing Antagony that much. There's just one trick I'm not super confident in doing yet. And that's just because I have not done it in a run before. Seems like I'm winning, not so much. Not yet. Okay, what is my stick doing? Why are you doing this? Stop doing that. Why did you drop the jump? You fucking asshole. Why do I listen to people? I need to just stop listening to people. It's like, oh, I jump over those TNTs, or those nitros every single time. And it's like, okay, sure, let me try it. I was doing it in practice, then I do it in a run, and I die. This is playing at the arcade. Talked about, really? Yeah, that hurts. I was talked about? By whom? That's cool. Okay, land on the damn tree. You believe in me? I appreciate it. Why did you miss the gem, dude? Come on. This is nerves. I'm just choking. I've lost my nerves. All you had to do was land on the damn train, CJ. Oh, speedrunning events. Yeah, it makes sense. What the fuck just happened? That sucks. I don't think sub 104 is happening anymore. I don't like doing this. I mean, I could still do it, I just hate doing it.
There they are. Let her go. Take me instead.
Okay, I was about to say, if I missed that gem, that could have just cost me the record. Right, I need to go here. Alright, here we go. Damn. That's a lot of time loss. PB is starting to look a little sketchy. Don't. I got stuck, and I didn't want Cortex to die. Ooh. That's almost bad. I'm a little frustrated, but it's fine. Ace, there you go. I'm gonna be pretty far behind, though. Oh, right. Almost forgot what to do. I kind of blanked for a second. Cool. That's not gonna motivate me anymore to PB. Second try. Oh, yeah, I'll still be able to PB. I'll just take it, cool.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the
10, 10,
and sweep the path.
50. Okay. Ooh, wait. Can I still sub 104? I think I can still sub 104. What do you mean? You asshole! That's... That's, like... That's pretty bad time loss, actually. Yeah. That might be a little too slow. What will motivate me? Nothing. Fuck you! Well, the run's dead. Okay, so I'm gonna say this once. You trying to motivate me is very distracting. You saying like, oh, well, I'll pay this or I'll do this or whatever. No, that's not how these speedruns work. And I need to focus on trying to finish the run rather than thinking about somebody saying like this or that. It's like, okay, I don't care. All it is annoying. Hit someone with the and you'll sook. Yeah, that was pretty close. Up until, I made the wrong call there. So what happened was I made the wrong call. I thought that I could possibly try to dodge them because, okay, so it looked like I would have been fine, but if they hit Cortex and I throw him, he dies. Which basically means that I go back to a previous checkpoint, essentially meaning that the run was dead at that point. I have been streaming for about 6 hours. I think I'm done for today. See if there's somebody to raid. Oh shit. Master Kirby streaming. Boom Fan is streaming. My one failed closer. Yeah, I know. Whoa, he's got 28. He's going for PB attempts. We will go raid this guy. Well, the motivation, yeah, is that I am getting closer. But external things don't motivate me. Okay, let's see here. Let's do this. Alright, if anybody wants to join my Discord, you can join the Discord. Oops, hang on. And for the YouTube peeps, here you go. And see you.